Welcome, my little couch potatoes, to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama. Hello. Good morning, my little couch potatoes. Oh boy, let's fingers crossed. Fingers crossed today just goes normal. I don't lose power. Today is just going to be a boring, normal, uneventful day. Okay, that's what I'm hoping for. Oh my gosh. Good morning, Lady in Gray. Good morning, Angie. Oh, sorry, you guys. Yesterday I lost power right when the verdict was coming in for Karen Reed. I managed to join in with my phone, which was something and unflattering, but I was there. And then I had to take a very important phone call in the middle of that. And then the stream just went down. I don't know what happened, but what matters is we all got to be together during the Karen Reed verdict. So that I am happy about. I'm still like, just there's always that funny thing when you watch trials that after it's over, it's like when you finish a TV series or a book, you're just like, even though you get closure, like you don't get closure anymore. Because I mean, gosh, guys, that was 33 days. I'm not going to do math because we all know we don't do math here, but 33 days, however many hours we spent together watching all of the bananery, and to get, a verdict, it was something. I'm still just thinking about it, and oh, I'm glad it's over. I'm glad we don't have to do a third trial, but it kind of, it's a little sad. It's a little sad, but that's okay because we got more trials to look forward to together, because they all may not be as wild and wacky as whatever is happening in Massachusetts, but you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Oh, thank you, Angie. I did nothing with it since yesterday. So thank you. I appreciate that, because today I woke up and I was like, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care what's happening today. So thank you. You'd like to watch it again to get the whole trial? The Karen Reed? I don't know if we can do that. I don't think we get any mental health pay here to justify watching that again. I don't know. I don't know if I can. I mean, just hearing Bev's voice yesterday was triggering. I thought I had moved past it. No, I have not. But I want to watch, because I'm a masochist. I want to watch more trials in Massachusetts, because it's very confusing how they do stuff there. Hi, Amos. Hi. I know it's early for you. Good morning, babe. Good morning. You've already spent 2 years on it. I know. And I saw you guys were talking over in the Discord about there being a 2020 episode about this, a Dateline episode that are all have come out or will be coming out in the next couple of days with interviews. I heard disgraced former trooper Michael Proctor has stuff to say, apparently. Ugh, gross, that guy. Maybe we can watch, I don't know who has what that they're on, but maybe we can get together and watch those in the Discord, because I would like to. I don't know. You guys plan that out. You guys figure it out. I just say, let's do things. And then people figure out how we're going to do it. Oh, Proctor, why would he show his stupid face? Like, sir, just go away. Go into hiding. Go away, because they didn't even really bring him up in this new trial. Like, I think they should have, just to embarrass and shame him, which clearly, though, nothing embarrasses or shames that man. So, that guy. Oh, it was on last night. Okay, so it should be available on places to watch today. Interesting. Good morning, Mama Llama. Good morning. Hope you're doing great. The disgraced former trooper Michael Proctor. Yes, we should always address him in such ways. Angie says 2020 on ABC and Hulu. Dateline is tonight on NBC. Oh, okay. Good to know. Is Dateline on Hulu too? No, I think that would be Peacock, huh? Peacock's like the only one I don't have. I should probably get that. You got Hulu this morning just so you could watch these interviews. Aw, I love that. I love that. Oh, it is on Peacock? Okay, then I'm going to need somebody to stream that for me. Okay, great. Thanks. Oh, I know that interviews are coming out. I know there's one from Karen Reed's dad, which is funny because I did see you put that up there in there, Lady in Gray, but I had also pulled it up. I saw, well, you posted the Turtle Boy one. I didn't see any other interviews, but if you guys have them and we want to make like a collection of them, depending what time we're done today, which I think is going to be earlier than I thought, maybe we can watch those at the end of Lori Vallow's stream. If it's not too much, because I do got a lot of work to prepare for tonight's True Crime and Wine Time show, which is going to be very, very good. Oh my gosh, it's at 8 p.m. tonight on True Crime and Wine Time. We're covering the case, a man who set the city on fire, the Thomas Sweat case. And it's about an arsonist, which I always find fascinating because I feel like they're not talked about enough. But there's a whole lot more to the story, a whole lot more. And the lovely Terry True Crime is not going to be on tonight. I told her she needs to stay in bed and get better. And so tonight it's going to be me and the lovely Cabin. So that will be a good time. And that's tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, but I still got some work I need to do because power screwed me over yesterday. So anyway, good morning, Sam. Good morning. Hope you're doing great. Yes, tonight, 8 p.m. We're going to drink some, I guess I'm going to drink some margaritas because that's what I got still. Not the one that turns my mouth blue. It's just a rough day yesterday. Not going to do that again. Anywho, so today we're going to watch day 4 of Lori Vallow. How many hours is this? Hold on, I just looked at it and forgot. Day 4, we're looking at about 4.5 hours. So that's not too bad. So we should be done by like 1. That's reasonable. And then, yeah, if there's some interviews that we find, we might watch some of those from the Karen Reed people. Every time you hit a like, a llama earns her gavel. Do the right thing. That's so cute. I love that so much. I love that. Now, let's all cross our fingers and hope that the stream plays correctly because I haven't tried to stream anything using Firefox. And I'm hoping I don't have to troubleshoot live. That would be great if I didn't have to, but here we are. So let's pull up. Oh, so if I make it big, it takes up my whole screen. That's fun. Don't like that. All right, we'll do this. Hold on. Oh, so it's just not going to take over the whole screen. Oh, that's cute. Okay. What else do? What if I do this? Oh, no, it's not going to do that. Okay. It's fine. All right, first, let's do sound check, shall we? Can you guys, oh, hold on, words would probably help. Okay. Can you guys hear that? Can we hear it? No. Cool. Okay. No, we can't. Barely. All right, this is neat. Okay. I have the volume all the way up. Let me check my settings in here. Hey, you, I didn't see you down there in your little mini you. Let's see. Okay, that's just my audio. Well, I'm definitely gonna have to figure that out. But you got this, Ames? Wasn't it streaming okay on Firefox yesterday? No, because I didn't go on Firefox until midday missing, so I didn't have to stream anything. And then we came back for Coburger, but I think, yeah, Amos was streaming that part for me yesterday. So, no. And that's fun. That's fun. I don't know why I would do that. That's okay. We're working it out. We're working it out. Technical difficulties. We'll just go back to my face, which is what everybody loves to see this early in the morning. I swear, I finally get StreamYard kind of working, but only part of it works. So that's fun. I don't know. I'm thinking I'm probably just going to uninstall Google and then reinstall it. Do you guys think that would solve that problem? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't know if I want to start my morning, listening to her stupid voice, but here we are. That's a good idea to uninstall it and reinstall it. Yeah, I'm going to try that after the stream today because I don't want to jinx anything. So I will definitely try that. Tote meditations. One of the reasons I'm a fan of Couch Court. You include us in your experiments live. That's right. It's my favorite. Not really. Not really. The good thing is about doing all this is that I don't have time to be anxious and overthink things until later tonight when I'm off and I'm like, oh, why? No, I'm just kidding. It's fine. But that's right. Around here, everything is with a team. Excuse me. Oh, nice. I just noticed Elbow Feet went back to the cinnamon dolce coffee, which is awesome. So that makes me happy because we were drinking, death something coffee. I don't know what it was, but it was intense. It was intense. Okay. What are we at here? Okay. We're going to want an hour and 8 minutes. Amy, thank you. The superhero. Okay, that's good. Yeah, the times are going to be a little bit different on this one. Well, they're having a sidebar. And I've got this thing. Boom. And I made a banner. Boom. Look at us go. Doing all the things. I'll get back to you later, Firefox. Technology. Why is this so difficult? I swear. I mean, I will say it was nice because it's like you can pop out the video to make it small while you're busy doing stuff. I was like, oh, that's cool. It doesn't let you share it. Maybe. I don't know. There was probably another thing I could have checked out, but whatever. A miss to the rescue. Yes. Yes, she's so helpful. No, I thought it was supposed to be Lori.
Detective, I'm going to go back to some of the questions that we started with yesterday.
Oh, so I think this goes way earlier than that then. Than the East Idaho one. Okay, working it out. Tomorrow, you guys, we'll watch the rest of Lori, the verdict, which won't take very long at all. But after that, I'm going to be doing couch confessions with the lovely lady in gray, one of our mods here and team members, and she's going to be talking about her jury experience tomorrow. We are doing that at 1. We're doing that at 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. I'm very excited. So show her lots of love tomorrow because I get it's nervous to do this. I'm like, you're going to be fine. It'll be okay. Yeah, the timestamps are going to probably be different for TV versus the Idaho one, but that's okay. We'll work it out. That's right. And if you have a story you want to tell on Couch Confessions, fill out this form and let me know if you've been a jury or a witness, or maybe you work in the legal field in some way, shape, or form. I would love to talk to you. We keep it very casual. It's nothing fancy, nothing formal. But if you fill out the little form in the link here, we will hit you up and schedule an interview with you. I think we had Terry who did jury duty, which was very interesting. She was on a civil case, so that was fun to hear. Then another one of our chatters, Raindrops and Feathers, came on. Was it last week or the week before? I don't know. Everything's such a blur. Came on, and she had like experience in loss prevention for stores, people stealing stuff. And she testified in court about it too. And it was very fascinating because I never really thought about loss prevention before. So I enjoyed it. I thought it was a very cool interview, and she was very cool. Very cool. So, and then tomorrow we're going to have the wonderful lady in gray share her story. So I'm very excited about that. All right. Look at us working, doing stuff, things. Yeah, maybe, Buffy, maybe. And by that I mean yes. Tell me when you're free. Just kidding.
Jury's not present.
Yes, everything is a blur.
You want to have the witness back on the witness stand?
Thank you, Amos. Everybody say thank you for saving the day. That's always.
Defense.
She's the best.
You ready to proceed with your cross?
Sure.
All right. You can go ahead and get ready up at the podium if you like. We'll bring the jury in.
Ooh, let me go quickly refill my coffee. Burb.
Okay.
All right, let's hear all Lori's dumb questions today because I am ready for it. There we go. All right. Are you an old god or a new god? I love that. Agreed. Agreed. Need to figure out what our trial is going to be for next week. I don't know what that means, but okay. You know, I was thinking, like, why did she go to trial with both of these? And I think it's because if she took a plea deal, then that gives her, like, ownership of it, and she does not want that.
Please be seated.
But why she went with herself, I just
Continue with
don't
your
know.
cross-examination of this witness. Go ahead.
It is not streaming, Angie.
Detective
As far as we know.
We were speaking of your interview with Brandon in the car. About 25 to 30 minutes, is that correct?
That sounds right.
And that you audio recorded it, is that correct?
That is correct.
And at the end of that interview, you admonished Brandon to not contact Melanie, is that correct?
There were phone calls attempted to be made to Melanie.
What do you mean by the phone calls?
We tried to contact her to get her side of the story early out with.
Blue Smoke Foster's
So
here today. That's
who-
nice.
Who tried to contact her and when was that? I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. It was during the interview in the car before I returned back to the crime scene. Brandon and I discussed what we had. I gathered that information. We knew that one of his children was with his soon-to-be ex-wife, and we knew where the other 3 children were. We, at this point, did not know the full circumstances surrounding the shooting. So it was important to reach out to her, let her, Melanie know, hey, there was a shooting that just occurred, and speak with her.
Is he wearing a
So
Slytherin
who
tie?
ended up calling her?
I think
You
so.
called her or Brandon called her?
Brandon called her from his phone 3 separate times.
And she didn't answer?
No,
But you didn't attempt to call her directly?
not during that time, no.
Okay. And so as far as you know, Brandon followed that admonition to not contact her again that day?
Yes, as we also had his phone, so
Oh, that's right.
that made it so he couldn't.
Okay. And
That
so,
wasn't the purpose, but we had his phone.
so did you end up making contact with Melanie?
I made contact telephonically with Melanie
Good
Boudreaux
morning.
at the time, now Pulaski. And yes, I was able to make contact with her.
We love having
Was
you here
that
too,
still on
Pilua.
October 2nd or is that the next day?
I left a message for her. I don't remember when I spoke with her specifically, but she agreed to meet with me on October 3rd, which was the following day after the shooting.
And that was at the Gilbert Police Department?
Gilbert Police Department in a private interview room, yes.
Good morning, Elbow Feet.
And so Melanie came and met you that day on October 3rd, is that correct?
Yes,
And you interviewed her
yes,
and she came in voluntarily
yes,
and talked to you?
yes.
And did she ask for an attorney?
No,
And about how long was that interview, do you think?
approximately 1 hour. It was a little interrupted because their youngest was with them in the room. She didn't have childcare at that time, but I believe the interview lasted for about an hour.
Okay. And did she advise you in that interview of some business deals that
I'm gonna
Brandon
object
was involved in?
again to
The
hearsay.
objection's sustained, it's hearsay.
Did you investigate anything that you learned during that interview?
Yes.
Did you investigate anything that Melanie offered to you during that interview?
Can you be more specific about what was?
Mother and Llama.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
If you're gonna offer a hearsay statement, if there, maybe have him review something that you want him to consider, if you have a written copy.
Okay. Maybe a better
Alex?
question is, did you follow up with anything that you learned during that interview with Melanie?
Yes.
And did you talk to her again after that 1 hour long interview?
I did speak with her again, yes.
On the phone or in person?
The next time I had any communication with Melanie was on October 14th. So a few days after our in-person interview.
Okay, and did she contact you?
She did contact me.
And she was coming to you for help?
She was reaching out regarding some custodial issues.
She thought you might be able to help her. Is that correct?
She was seeking some advice, yes.
Is that 2 days after Tammy died?
So Brandon had testified that he provided you with a VIN number to a Jeep Wrangler in my household on October 2nd, 2019. Is that correct?
That is correct that he testified to that, yes.
And did he do that? Did he provide you with that VIN number?
I do not remember that. I do not recall being provided a VIN number. There was a lot that happened early in the investigation. I can tell you that we got the license plate for the Texas Jeep early on in our investigation, which when running a license plate, we also received the VIN number, but I do not remember specifically getting the VIN number from Mr. Boudreaux.
So where did you get the license plate number from?
From the Chandler photographs from their incident in.
So after, like yesterday, you contacted Chandler and that's where you got those from?
The images with the license plate, yes.
What day was that you contacted Chandler in October?
When I contacted them, I can't testify to that, but I do know that I physically met with them on October 9th of 2019.
Okay. So your testimony here today is that you did not discover that the Jeep was gray in my household because of the VIN number that Brandon provided to you. Would that be fair?
Yes, that would be fair.
But you did discover it on October 9th that there was a gray Jeep in my household. Would that be fair?
Yes,
Okay. Would it also be fair to say that no one that you interviewed or talked to mentioned anything about the Jeep being gray?
the color of it being gray, no,
Okay.
not early in the investigation.
Why would Brandon have the VIN number though?
Did you search
It's weird.
for a green Jeep with Texas plates on it?
No, there was never a green Jeep specifically searched for with a Texas license plate. That would be something we would farm out to our investigators, our civilian investigators, and to specifically ask for a green Jeep Wrangler with a Texas license plate. I don't know what that would yield as far as results, and we didn't have enough to go after just that at that moment.
Okay. And you didn't farm that out though, is that correct?
At that juncture, no.
And did you search for a dark blue Jeep with Texas plates on it with a tire on the back?
Same answer or similar answer to what I just provided.
Detective Pillar, how often or how many times would you say that you have communicated with Brandon Boudreaux in the past 5.5 years?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to ask and answered as well as.
All of it.
404B issues?
I think she asked Mr. Boudreaux those
Okay.
questions. I'll allow it, but be aware of the issues, please, that you could be opening. Go ahead.
Oh, did I miss that then? Okay. Okay.
Multiple times. I have spoken with Mr. Boudreaux multiple times.
And would you say multiple emails back and forth?
The majority of communication was either telephonic
That's pretty good.
or text message. However, I do know there were emails exchanged as well.
Okay.
I'm going to hand you what is proposed exhibit 192 from the defense. Detective Pillar, do you recognize this email?
It appears to be an email that would be exchanged from Mr. Boudreaux to myself within my police department email.
And that's something to and from him to you and to you from him?
In this example you provided, yes. I don't know how long the message thread was for this.
Okay. And you recognize that as a true and correct copy of that email exchange?
Yes, from February 12th of 2020.
The defense would move to publish the email.
State would object. We're going to go into that.
We already discussed this exhibit. It's I'll sustain the objection. It's not being entered into evidence.
In that email, Detective, did you
She just keeps
request that
trying
Brian
to open the
provide you
door.
financial information regarding his ex-wife, Melanie Boudreaux?
Your Honor, I'm going to ask to sidebar again regarding defenses.
I'm guessing that February email she just talked about would have been after they were looking for the kids. I think she was arrested by then. I can't remember exactly when she got arrested. I want to say it was like, because they go to Hawaii in November. Alex dies in December and they exhume Tammy's body. I want to say, was it January when they arrested her for not showing up with the kids? So I imagine that email that she wants to put in probably talks about that stuff as well. I don't know why she keeps trying to open the door to letting in all of her bad acts, because nothing's gonna look good. And I know, like, it's kind of annoying. I get it that like the judge and prosecution are like objecting, trying to keep her from going and that happening. So wait, what? You can't hear court very well all of a sudden, but you're fine. Is that well, first of all, there's no audio right now because they're in a sidebar. I'm not streaming that, so. Sam says she just wants to be herself, to be able to say what she wants. I honestly think that's half the reason she wanted to defend herself. I mean, I do too. Oh, there was audio when you typed that. Okay. All right. Well, she's working on it. I also don't know why my blue smoke monster's here today, but it is. Maybe we'll try a different color today. What other colors do we have? Ooh, a blue. Oh, nope, that just makes them come up more. Oh. Well, that's just, the green kind of just makes me disappear more, so there's that. Good morning, Amy Beth. Good morning. I hope you're doing great. Oh, that's not great. Nope. Also, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Just let it happen. I feel like Trina on there was just like, listen, if you want to open the door, I will kick you through the door.
Detective Pillar, did you request that financial information regarding Melanie from Brandon?
Yes,
That's
And
a
did
good
he
one. Sam.
provide you with that information?
yes.
And did he provide you with financial documents you requested in another email?
I know we've discussed financial documents, and everything I was sent, I believe, was via email, but I don't know what specific one you may be referring to, but I think it's safe to say, yes, that there were emails exchanged about Melanie, Boudreaux, Pulowski's financial records being sent to me.
Right. So her financial gain if something were to happen to Brandon, is that correct?
That is correct.
So he also provided you with screenshots of information regarding Melanie that didn't have to do with finances. Is that also correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again and warn on 404A and 405.
Sustained.
Did you read those documents when they were sent to you?
I reviewed the documents that were sent to me, yes.
And did you include those in part of your investigation?
They are included in an investigation, yes.
So on those screenshots, does Melanie give a theory of what she thinks happened on October 2nd, 2019 that you reviewed?
Not that I remember from that exchange. I'd
Okay.
have to see it, which I'm,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay.
Oh, so the objection.
I'm not asking for the truth of the matter. I just
Hold-
want to know what
Hold
he
on.
knows.
I didn't ask for argument. You can show him the document and then rephrase your question.
Okay.
Her hair is so stupid. I wonder what the women that have been in jail with her think about her. Does anybody know if anybody's spoke out about being in jail with her? I bet it's wild.
is there something specific you would like?
Go ahead and rephrase your question.
Is this one of the screenshots that Brandon sent to you? That you reviewed?
It doesn't have any email headings or photos on it. This is what appears to be a Word document, like from Microsoft Word. I can't testify that this is exactly what he sent me, if this is a attachment to the email from what I'm looking at here.
Okay. Do you recognize it as something that you've read before,
Totally.
the information?
I'm not reading the whole thing. I'm simply
Sure.
reviewing what I can
Sure.
to see if
Take
it's
your time.
judging.
Interesting. I feel like she treats us like a ninth grade mock trial. That's what it reminds me of all the time. Good morning, Wendy. Good morning. Hope you're doing well this morning. She's complex. She's something, all right. Something. But I'm pretty sure she's going back to
I
Idaho.
must say that I don't remember this. There was a lot of correspondence shared and a lot of images. But looking at this, this seems familiar with some of the allegations that I've heard throughout the investigation. However, I don't remember this specific document
Okay.
being sent to me.
So when you requested Brandon Boudreaux on this date to send you these documents,
Mhm.
that is part of the 7 screenshots that he sent to you.
Okay.
So my question is, during that time, you were still gathering information, right?
Yes.
You were still looking at all possibilities of what really happened on that day, right?
And I'm going to object to what time period are we talking about? February?
It's a big
Yeah,
day.
can you clarify
It's
the
okay.
time period?
Foundation.
Is it the February
12th.
email? February
Yes.
12th. All right, so rephrase the question with that.
I
So my
mean,
question is, did you ever read the information in that screenshot that you have there before?
It is possible. If it was sent to me in an email, I likely read it, yes. But there was at the point of February 12th of 2020. There were other investigations I was working on as well.
So did you disregard the information in that during your investigation?
I'm going to object, and I think we may need to
All
sidebar
right.
again.
Yeah, let's sidebar.
they're like, Jesus, Lori, stop it. I think she probably wants to go back to Idaho because I imagine there's less women in prison in Idaho. It's probably a comfier place to spend the rest of your life than in Arizona. Or at least I haven't heard great things about Arizona, but it's also Idaho. There's like a whole 40 people who live there. So I don't know. Maybe she just feels like, well, that, and she'll be, closer to Chad. I'm sure the portals work better when they're in closer proximity to one another. I don't know. I don't know if that's her real reason for wanting to go up there, but I can see that being why. But she only had 30 days to get back there. Oh, interesting. Probably for, I guess, maybe extradition purposes, but I mean, honestly, I think she'd rather go to Idaho because she's scared to be in prison in Arizona. So she probably thinks she could, rule in Idaho prison. But, Jodi Arias has thrived being in prison in Arizona. So there's that. What'd be funny is if they moved her to a different state. Because they can do that. I don't know all the stipulations that have to occur, but I know that some prisoners get shipped off to a whole different state to do their sentence, unrelated. So it is cooler in Idaho as well. Yeah, I think she knows she's spent the rest of her life in there. So which one would be the better of the two options? I'm thinking it'd be Idaho, but just because there wouldn't be as many people in prison. But I mean, I don't really know that much about Idaho. Sorry, I didn't mean to highlight that comment. It's fine. They all have, what did y'all call it? Post trial. Oh, I forget what you guys called it. It was very funny. Good morning, Savage Cashew. Good morning. I feel like the judge is just like this all the time with Lori. Like, oh, you are the worst. I hate having you here, and I hate that we have to keep telling you the same thing over and over and over again. Also, I mean, I understand the headphone part, right? But like, it's also still right in front of the jury. Like, are they talking back quietly? I don't know. Or are they playing a white noise in the room? They might be doing that. Mhm. No, this is not the judge for, no, this is in Arizona. Brian Koberger's in Idaho. I'm not familiar with the judge he has either. I got a lot of research I need to do on this Brian Koberger trial coming up, which the judge did not, excuse me, did not decide to postpone the trial or not yet. We don't know. So, but he told them to still be ready for trial. So I'm going to go with no. Oh, and then I saw y'all were saying that the DoorDash or Uber Eats, whatever that person was that delivered food to the house right before the murders, got arrested for a DUI and apparently was saying that she was a witness. Thought that was interesting. Because she said she like saw him when she brought the food or something like that. Oh. Judge Dredd. I mean, his last judge was named Judge Judge. I don't even, it's crazy.
Tesla for a second.
Yes. I haven't watched it yet, though.
What happened with the Tesla window? I know it fell out of the car. I'm sitting on the driveway. So where did it go from there?
The Tesla, the glass from the window that fell out of the Tesla itself
Mhm.
was discarded,
Was what?
thrown away. It was discarded.
Oh, it was thrown away.
Yes.
And when did that happen?
I don't recall. I believe after we were concluding our time at the scene, we had our photographs of it, was turned over to the resident, in that case, Mr. Boudreaux, to dispose of.
Okay. And it wasn't preserved for any reason?
No.
Why not?
We collected what we needed from it at that moment, and the amount of glass that was there in the images that were taken seemed sufficient at the time, and so it was simply thrown away.
Was there a hole in that window at all? Like a bullet hole?
A bullet hole through the window outside of the images that have been presented that would indicate where an impact point may have been, so kind of the curvature towards the top of the glass. Outside of that, no, there was no other damage that would match about a bullet hole.
Okay. And you didn't carefully put on 2 pairs of gloves and take it to the evidence room at the Gilbert Police Department, is that correct?
Take the glass?
Correct.
That's correct.
And what about the Tesla? So what happened to the Tesla that day?
After we processed the Tesla at the scene, we transported it over to the Gilbert Police Department to further inspect indoors. Essentially, it was just one more act that we could take to better review what we had already investigated for the hours that we were outside.
And was it like towed? Do you tow it over?
No, it was, although unorthodox, it was transported by myself and followed by Detective McDermott to the property and evidence building where we had a technician standing by. Once arrival to the garage at that facility. We further looked into the hole, the bullet hole, and we weren't there very long. It was, again, another last review of the damage.
So you drove it over, is that correct?
That is correct.
And it was photographed?
Yes, we photographed the vehicle at the scene. Once at the police department, we have the surveillance cameras, but we didn't photograph it further once at the police department. We had no intention of impounding it at that time.
And it was measured?
No, the
The bullet hole and things were measured? All that was done at the scene, but nothing was done at the Gilbert Police Department?
Yes,
And then it wasn't tested for the trajectory while at the Gilbert Police Department?
that's correct.
And it wasn't placed into evidence?
We did not impound the vehicle. The purpose for that was it was the victim's only vehicle at that time, similar to the cell phone that the smartphone that we took temporary custody of. For convenience purposes, it was ultimately turned back over to the owner, in this case, Mr. Boudreaux, both the vehicle and the smartphone.
Within a day?
Yes, approximately a day. It was a very brief period of time.
Okay. And having been a case agent hundreds of times, you must have known that if you were ever going to charge someone with this crime, then surely you would need this evidence so the defense could hire their own experts to do testing of the car and the window, right?
The crime of
Good
this
one.
caliber, and it's not uncommon for cases to develop into something more than what you initially believe, that's part of being human, part of being an investigator. We did not take the vehicle in this case. We did not have a decedent. In other words, we did not have a person who was injured or killed. We had property damage, and we were still very early in our investigation to determine what happened. So no, we did not maintain custody of that vehicle.
So is it not in your protocol to preserve evidence,
It's in our protocol to preserve evidence.
but not in this case?
In this case, I made the decision not to maintain custody of that Tesla.
So without this evidence available, how would my experts be able to test for trajectory?
They said infotainment system yesterday.
Trajectory with what we had. If it was here today, it's possible that you guys could test for trajectory with the advancements in technology. Again, not being somebody who is trained or certified in any type of trajectory training, I don't know how that process would even look, but we simply don't have the vehicle today as we're discussing this.
And you don't have an expert at Gilbert Police Department that's an expert in trajectory?
At that time, we did not.
Okay. And how would my ballistics expert be able to test the hole in the Tesla to determine, in fact, if it was a rifle or a handgun that was used? How would I do that now?
How would you go about?
How would I have an expert do that now?
You would hire somebody who would potentially be a specialist in this area and see if they had the ability to obtain evidence of trajectory. But how would you do that now outside of hiring somebody and doing that without the vehicle? I suppose you could not.
Is it possible to perform our own tests from pictures?
Tests? No.
And did you request any tests be performed on the Tesla itself?
Outside of trying to obtain the surveillance footage and do our best that we could with what we had for the bullet hole itself, no additional tests were made.
And no testing was done with the window either, is that correct?
You're referring to the glass that was?
Yes, the glass.
No other tests were done with the glass.
Okay. And how about the 4 pieces of the projectile that were found? Were any of those tested?
Tested for?
For what kind of bullet they came from or what kind of gun they came from?
Again, not being a munitions expert, but seeing what bullet fragments look like and what projectiles can turn into upon impact. Those fragments could not determine any type of rifling, which is the marks that are made within a barrel when a weapon is shot, because the bullet was not intact, and we had no casing. We had no gun to verify where it came from. We simply had some markings of some possible jacketing and the lead, which appeared consistent with a bullet that was fired and then, of course, was fragmented. We were satisfied that we had a individual get shot at by some firearm, be it rifle, handgun, but a firearm, eastbound to westbound, that collided and then ultimately ended up in Mr. Boudreaux's body frame. But to send it off for further testing, no, we did not send it off for further testing based on any reason that we knew we would not be able to get any viable weapon to compare it to, or any type of rifling where that would match another firearm.
Well, would it make a big difference if it wasn't a rifle at all and what Mr. Boudreaux saw was a rifle?
Can you rephrase that question?
So if you were to test it and someone to say, this came from a handgun, this did not come from a rifle, that would make a big difference in the story that Mr. Boudreaux told to you though, right?
No,
It would not.
no.
So he did not see a handgun, but if it came from a handgun, that would be contradictory, would it not?
To his statement of believing it was a rifle?
Correct.
His belief in mere observation for those split seconds of a weapon firing at him, I can't say for certain if it would have been from a handgun or a rifle. If we had an intact projectile or a shell casing, we'd have an answer to that. What we have now are bullet fragments and a bullet hole, and evidence to indicate that this happened. This shooting at Mr. Boudreaux did in fact occur.
But you didn't test it.
The fragments were not tested.
Now, Detective Pillar, how many neighbors confirmed that they heard a gunshot?
Hearing a loud bang or hearing a gunshot, approximately 4, 5?
4. Do you know who those were? Who those neighbors were?
Not off the top of my head, no. From my memory.
Was that in one of your reports, that 4 neighbors heard a gunshot?
In my report, I documented the detectives who made contact with neighbors that either heard something or had electronic surveillance on their house that, although did not capture footage of the incident, captured consistent noise of a loud bang, as well as a vehicle idling for an extended period of time near their residence, which is near where the Jeep would have been parked prior to Mr. Boudreaux arriving and then upon his arrival. But it just captured audio with no footage of the actual shooting.
But you say multiple neighbors. Is that what your understanding was? That multiple neighbors heard a loud noise?
Yes.
So Brandon heard a loud noise. You have the ring that was a loud noise, right?
Hmm.
Who else?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Could it be that there was no one else, just those 2?
There were other neighbors that acknowledged hearing a noise. That was a loud noise. That was not a normal noise.
Were those across the street neighbors, neighbors on the other side?
I would have to refer to the detectives who interviewed individuals who said they heard something. And those detectives notated the addresses in which they heard a noise. But when I say multiple, clearly, I mean more than one person heard.
So 2 is multiple in your book. Is that correct?
In this case, we have more than 2 that have testified, but there are others that made.
More than 2 people have testified here that they heard a loud noise?
Yes.
And who would those be?
We have the neighbor with the Ring camera, and I forget her name. I apologize. And then we have Mr. Boudreaux, who heard that.
Mhm.
And then we had, those are the 2 that we had so far with the loud noise and the consistent evidence.
So you would consider that multiple people. Is that correct?
But there are others within the report that acknowledge hearing the noise, yes.
Not in any report that I read, in a report that you read?
Object to testifying and
Sustained.
asked and answered and argumentative.
That's the objection sustained.
In a sworn statement that you made, Detective, you put the other neighbors confirmed they observed a gray-colored hardtop two-door Jeep. What neighbors do you know of that said that there was a gray Jeep?
Where was that testimony?
So in your affidavit on November 19th regarding the Jeep Wrangler,
Mhm.
would you like to take a look?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, yes, I see where this is in the affidavit.
And earlier you had testified that no one had said the Jeep was gray at all, but in your sworn testimony there, you say that other neighbors confirmed that they observed a gray-colored hardtop two-door Jeep. What neighbors would those be?
And this is the probable cause statement from,
For the infotainment center?
yeah, for the infotainment center, but on what date?
November 19th? 2019?
November 19th, 2019?
Mhm.
Okay, so I don't recall who specifically said that they saw the gray-colored hardtop two-door Jeep. It was, however, at this juncture that I do know that that was the vehicle we were looking at from the photographs and from the LPR hits.
It was an alleged vehicle, but that was not the vehicle that the neighbors described to you. Is that correct?
I did not have any vehicles described to me by a neighbor specifically, no.
So you swore that in your statement to take out that infotainment center to that two-door gray hardtop Jeep, right? You're the police officer. You're asking for a warrant to do this because this is your probable cause. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're saying in that neighbors confirmed that they saw a gray colored hardtop two-door Jeep, but that was not true.
Suppose the one word that I could exchange from anything is a dark colored hardtop two-door Jeep. But at this point in my investigation, I had confirmed that it was a gray colored two-door Jeep.
Thank you. Actually, you might want to hold on to that one. I'll wait.
She's so hung up on it. Doesn't really matter.
There's something else in this affidavit
Oh,
that I'd like you to look at.
Last paragraph?
If I can know what page you're showing him.
2714.
Thank you.
It is this last paragraph, correct? Ms. Daybell?
Yes,
Okay, let me
yes.
just review it real quick.
Just the first underlined
right.
Okay.
of that paragraph.
Oh, she's trying.
Have you you
But
review
just
that,
because
Detective?
eyewitnesses got the color wrong doesn't
First
really
info
mean a
line I
whole
just read.
lot.
Do you want me to check the second line as well?
I would then ask to know, I'm sorry, what section you're actually showing him that's underlined?
It's just the third paragraph.
Can you show?
The granimals must match.
Your Honor, we may want to sidebar again.
All right, can I see the?
I mean, at this point, just let her open the door. Because I'm assuming there's a lot of stuff that's all like conversations and everything that's like intertwined with what happened with the kids and what happened with Charles Vallow. I'm sure it's a tangled mess. But at this point, I'd be like, all right, fine, we'll just let everybody know about your prior bad accident. Since you're so persistent. In case you guys want a spoiler on how quickly the jury came back with a verdict, it was 15 minutes. So. Under 40 is wondering what the hell good animals are. Okay, this is probably stupid. Aren't those the little yogurt things? They come in like little tube things. I don't know. That's what I thought you were talking about. Oh yes, Wendy. 15 minutes. Well, that's what the Phoenix news said. Some people said 30 minutes. Either way, freaking fast. Oh no, they're not. Okay, well that's all right. That's okay. Oh, they're matching clothing sets. Okay, maybe I don't know. Sorry. I thought they were the little yogurt bottles that I used to get my kid when he was younger. I'm only like, I'll be 40 this year. So you wore them as a kid. Oh, okay. I mean, even the officer on the stand is like, how do I answer this without saying your prior bad acts as well? 40, the new 20, right? Doesn't even feel like it. But I think that's because, I'm still a kid at heart. That's crazy. I'm so glad I don't have social media. I would lose my mind on people. That's why I don't have social media anymore. It's very unhealthy. But some of the stuff I'm seeing about the Karen Reed verdict, people are something. Some people need to touch grass, is all I'm saying. Oh, they were a thing. Okay. The Underoos. I've heard of the Underoos. Okay, I'm just going to look this up. Sorry, I can't zoom through this and excuse me, Amos is at a doctor's appointment. Oh, they still exist, you guys. There's a whole website. Yeah, it's still around. Oh, that's a cute dinosaur shirt. Well, I think I may have fixed the sound. I think people stayed indoors for 37 days and didn't breathe and lost all the oxygen going to their head. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, I have been upset with juries before where I think they got it wrong, but I would never say some of the things that people are saying about them. It's wild, let alone people who are apparently in the legal
Just refer to it
profession.
as Exhibit 202, please. Just that page that what we were talking about in the sidebar.
I think I also may have fixed the sound because I added an add-on, but we'll see when there's a big break. We'll just switch it over and see if it works. I don't want to mess anything up while Amos is away. It is so wild. Hello, Teresia. Good morning to you. Good morning and welcome. Hope you're doing great. There must be a train. Oh, come on already, Lori.
Detective, in preparing to investigate this crime, would you say, is it fair to say that most of the information that you gleaned is from Brandon Boudreaux?
In this initial investigation, yes.
Okay. And you were in constant contact with him during that time, in the early days of this investigation?
In the early days and then throughout the progression of the investigation.
And you were on a first name basis, is that correct?
Yes. Again, that's not uncommon for me to do in really all my investigations.
Do you guys have friendship bracelets?
So most people don't call you Detective Pillar?
Not typically. It depends on how the length of the investigation and the type of investigation that it is, but especially with victims or witnesses, I try to keep it casual.
Now, when you were giving back the Tesla, the window was thrown away, is that correct?
The window was discarded
And the Tesla was given back.
to Mr. Boudreaux, yes.
Did he come pick it up or was it driven back over there?
From what I recall, it was picked up by him at the property and evidence building.
And were there any further instructions with that? Like, now you can get it fixed, you can do anything you want with it? Like, how does that work?
Essentially, it was, yes, here's your vehicle returned. We'll be in contact regarding the investigation and my contact with the individuals you provided for follow-up.
Okay. And then that was the end of that contact with any of the evidence that was taken at the time?
On October 2nd, yes.
And the fragments of the projectile, those were taken in an evidence bag and put into evidence at Gilbert Police Department?
From the scene directly to the police department, yes. Or
Was
the
there-
property evidence building, yes.
Was there any other evidence taken to the property evidence building?
I believe there was a cigarette butt. I believe there was multiple photographs. Other physical evidence I do not recall us taking.
You don't recall what?
I don't recall taking other physical evidence from the scene off the top of.
So a cigarette butt?
I believe if a cigarette butt was, it was across the street and a neighbor thought it was inconsistent with being near his house because he didn't smoke.
Okay. Was DNA taken off of the cigarette butt?
No, I believe we still have it retained in our property evidence building.
So if you would have taken the DNA off the cigarette butt, then you might have a person who was smoking it
We would
at the
probably
scene?
have a DNA profile of somebody who's walking down the street smoking a cigarette, yes.
So you didn't
It
really
could
think it
be
was connected
anybody's.
to this incident
Not from-
necessarily?
No,
Okay. And why was it collected?
because it was within the crime scene tape at this time, and the detective who spoke with the neighbor who provided the information thought it should be collected.
And during the course of your investigation, you never discovered that Brandon Boudreaux was a smoker, right?
No,
Or that Alex Cox was a smoker, right?
no.
Gosh, she's just the worst.
Did you ask Mr. Boudreaux if he owned any firearms at that time on October 2nd?
I believe so.
And do you remember what his answer was?
I don't believe he had any firearms in his possession that were his.
And you said the house was cleared. Did someone go through the house and cleared the house?
I knew this from officers telling me, and then again, I had to watch all the body worn camera footage for media release and redaction purposes. So I learned the officers did clear the house prior to detective.
Oh, a place where all cops wear body
And you went
cams.
through the garage as well?
Yes,
Shocking.
And when you came up on the scene, was the garage open or closed?
the garage was open.
Oh, I
Do
guess
you
this
know about
tie's
what
just
time you
shades of
had
gray,
arrived there?
not green.
Approximately 10:30. The call was made at approximately 9:13 in the morning, and detectives arrived approximately 10:30 a.m.
And when do you think that you left, when you initially left, did you leave your car there because you drove the Tesla? Is that correct?
When I left the scene, once we took the Tesla to the property building,
Mhm.
yes, my assigned vehicle was left there secured. And then again, a detective followed me to the property and evidence building where we met with property technicians upon arrival.
Why wouldn't they tow it? That's weird. Oh, I thought he said for media and redaction purposes. Maybe insurance. I don't know. Morning, team. Good morning, Shanka. Good morning. Hope you're doing well.
In your interview with Melanie, she provided you with some information and then called you back, you said around October 14th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at that time, did you just refer her to an attorney?
I listened to her grievances, and then her concern was primarily about the custody of their children. And I referred her to speak with an attorney regarding custodial issues.
Because it's not something that you really give advice about, right? Like as the detective.
That's not my expertise, but I do encourage people to speak with attorneys who specialize in family matters.
But she came to you because were you aware that Brandon had not returned the children to her?
Sustained as irrelevance.
About how long was that conversation that you had with Melanie around the 14th?
10 minutes.
Was that on the phone or in person?
It was by phone.
She
So
was
Brandon
seeking
never
help, but you really didn't have any for her. Is that correct?
gave her the kids.
Sustained.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Oh,
Redirect.
I bet Trina after court every day just goes and laughs in the prosecutor's office and tells their coworkers, like, you guys, let me tell you about my day. Oh gosh. Savage says she's one of those that ask a ton of questions during a movie that neither of you have seen before. Oh my God. Those people are the worst. The worst. Oh, Lady in Gray says ahead says that like she's doing the judge a favor. I know, right? She's so great. Buffy, Lori, and Bev could have a sighing competition. I'm a sire, but those two are something. Also, why is there a medical waste bucket right there? I just don't understand. I've never seen one in a courtroom before. She does. I keep wondering, like, girl, you do not want to open this door. I think at this point they should, though. It's for gloves, but why wouldn't they keep it closer to the stand instead of all the way over there? That's weird. The bucket is for Lori's objections because they're a hazard to human health. Good one, Savage. Pilow's mom says, I bet if she could have another trial, she would do it. Absolutely. Anything to not play bingo or braid hair in prison. Yeah, she loves being in court. I'm convinced. You think she's gonna? Well, she has lawyers for her appeals in Idaho, right? I think so. I don't think those were filed by her. But oh my gosh, could you imagine? Shanka says, Llama, thank you for your Karen Reed coverage yesterday. I had to lurk all day, but I had you on my TV. Well, thank you for watching during our verdict kerfuffle that we were having. Appreciate that. But I made it happen. I know we're in the courtroom, ma'am. Yeah, so I think, they're done with the sidebar. I meant to bring up to see if the sound booster that I downloaded worked, but we'll see. We'll do it next time.
Right, Detective, I'm going to go back to some of the questions that we started with yesterday. That's kind of also come in through today. During your investigation and through testimony you heard here, did we have a witness, Robert Abitamarco, that just said the Jeep was dark colored?
Yes,
No specifics of what color that was, just dark.
correct.
And then we've heard Brandon thought that the vehicle was some sort of camo or green color.
Yes,
And then eventually, we also learned that through statements made by Brandon Boudreaux to both Officer Rob and yourself, that he believed this case was tied to an incident in Chandler. Did you learn that Lori Vallow, in fact, had a dark-colored Jeep?
yes,
And when you were able to obtain those photographs, did you learn that the Jeep was then gray?
Yes,
You were asked about a probable cause statement that you wrote on November 19th of 2019. Do you recall that?
yes,
Was that after you learned about the gray vehicle, the gray Jeep that Lori Vallow had on July 11th of 2019 in
Good
Chandler,
point.
Arizona, at that incident?
yes,
And in that probable cause statement, do you just in fact say that it was a dark colored or gray colored Jeep?
yes,
You don't actually say that a specific neighbor said that or where that information came from.
correct. I was working with multiple detectives.
So you're using all of the different information that you gleaned, which included the fact that this defendant owned a gray Jeep Wrangler with Texas license plates, and that was put into your statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you were asked a lot about the measurements of the Tesla and trajectory. Did Brandon Boudreaux stop at the time of the shooting and put down a little ticky-tack marker and say, better note this for later so I can tell the detectives exactly where my vehicle was when I was shot?
No, he did not.
Did Brandon Boudreaux get out of his car and go over and mark the exact end of the Jeep so that you would know exactly where that was when he was shot?
No, he did not.
Did he go over and tell the person, whoa, I gotta wait and find out exactly how this rifle barrel is sticking out of the back of your Jeep so that later on, they'll be able to document the height, the angle, if it's up, if it's down, if it's a little to the right or left, so that later on they'll be able to do some trajectory?
No,
So none of that happened.
none of that happened.
Were you surprised he didn't do that?
Not at all.
So you did receive information from another neighbor that they saw the Jeep in the approximate same location of where Brandon Boudreaux saw it,
Yes,
parked there idling, running,
yes,
same direction as Brandon gave,
yes,
the same Texas plate as Brandon gave,
yes,
and same dark tint as Brandon said.
yes,
So when you talk about this only being Brandon, that's not accurate, right?
correct.
In fact, Robert Abitamarco said he didn't even know Brandon because he just moved in, right?
Correct.
And so ultimately, when we're talking about trajectory, without knowing all of those specifics, were you aware of any way to recreate how the rifle was held, what angle it was at when it fired that shot into the Tesla, not knowing where the Tesla exactly was either?
No, unable to determine that.
You were asked about the glass as well. When you package items, you put them in a box, a bag, a plastic bag, something like that, right? Depending on the piece of evidence you're collecting.
Yes,
Did you have any way to keep that glass from never disintegrating anymore so that it wouldn't change from the way it looked on October 2nd if you impounded it?
no, with shattered glass, it would continue to shatter. We have no way to package it to stay in its form when it's already broken.
So when you're talking about impounding that item or just throwing it away, if you put it in a box and you travel it to impound and then somebody throws it up into wherever it goes, could you say if you pulled it back out 5 years later that it looked exactly like it did that day when it fell onto the ground?
Absolutely not.
So is that why photographs were taken there?
Photographs, yes.
I mean, she's like the palest person in all of
You're
Arizona, I'm
asked a
pretty
lot
sure.
about the
She can go
interview
outside.
of Brandon. During that audio recording, have you listened to that?
I have.
You told us you were in your vehicle, right?
That's correct.
And was your AC blowing very hard?
It was a warm day out, so yes, we were both. I was sitting in the driver's seat, he was in the passenger, and the vehicle was on with AC running.
Did Brandon talk soft at times?
Yes,
in listening to the recording, is it often difficult to hear what he's saying?
Yes.
And would you agree that the best evidence would be the actual recording versus someone's interpretation of what they believe he was saying?
Yes.
Good morning, Dave. It's okay. Can have a preemptive no pants Thursday. We've all earned it. Good morning to you. I hope you're doing well today.
When you were
Correction.
considering the evidence at the scene, in addition to Robert Abotamarco, when you looked at that ring camera footage that we saw in court from Lynette Mendoza, did the black vehicle that you see appear to be consistent with a Tesla?
Yes.
Was it driving in
They
the
are.
general direction of or towards Brandon Boudreaux's home on that video?
Yes.
And was there a timestamp
Nick is
showing
afraid.
when you heard that loud bang after that vehicle went by?
Yes.
When was that?
It's at 9:13 and some seconds.
And was the 911 call made by Brandon around 9:14?
Yes.
So was that another piece of evidence that was considered by you in corroborating what Brandon had told you and what Robert Abotamarco had seen and what the physical evidence told you?
Yes.
When you were looking at the Tesla itself, you advised us that you have seen bullet holes into vehicles previously,
Yes.
and you have seen fragments of projectiles previously.
Yes.
When you looked at that bullet hole and those fragments, did you have any question as to
I'm
whether or
so
not that
confused
Tesla
as
had
to
been
why
shot?
there's a mouse
No
going
question.
across the screen,
Did you
a
ever
little
recover
arrow.
a gun that you knew was used in this?
No.
Would the fact that it was one type of rifle change the fact that Brandon Boudreaux's vehicle was shot that day?
No.
Could a handgun kill someone?
Yes.
Could a rifle kill someone?
Yes.
I hope so. Well, it's just weird because
We were asked
baby's not there. So
yesterday about LPR license plate reader. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And we had heard from Tom Miller about the DEA license plate readers.
That's correct.
Is
Are
that
they
the
a
only
PANS
license plate
expert?
readers that exist?
No.
what's going on
In
outside?
this investigation, well, the defendant had asked you about there being no other license plate readers showing this Jeep. Is that accurate?
That is not accurate.
Was there a LPR hit for the Jeep Wrangler Texas plate LWD 0997 in a city south of Rexburg, Idaho on September 30th of 2019 at about 8:10 p.m.?
Yes.
Was there an LPR hit in Idaho for the Jeep Wrangler license plate LWD 0997 on US Highway 20 near Rexburg, Idaho at 3:54 and 4:28 a.m. on October 3rd?
Yes.
Would that again be consistent with other evidence that you learned in this case from other individuals?
Yes.
You were asked a bit about a cast report done by Nick Balance. Do you recall that?
I do.
Did you create that?
I did not create that report.
Did you provide some of the cell phone records that we admitted and talked about that you obtained through search
Totally.
warrants to Mr. Balance?
Yes.
He must have ran into skeletons right there.
And did information that he gleaned from that and that he made into that report that you reviewed appear consistent again with a timeline of that Jeep leaving Idaho on the 30th of September and being down in Arizona on October 2nd of
I love that
2019?
idea.
Yes, it did.
Same trousers. Oh, you guys are funny.
You were asked about a lot of different emails and information that you had with interactions that you had with Brandon Boudreaux. Do you recall that?
I do recall that, yes.
Probably.
And would it be fair to say, Detective, that at the time of February of 2020, you were investigating multiple cases?
Yes, that is accurate.
I would have been
Would it
on
be
the
fair to
stand
say
that
that
day.
in February of 2020, you were also investigating multiple cases with other agencies involving Melanie Boudreaux?
Yes,
It would it be Dr. Lapisoda? Would have been that Tuesday, I think. Probably.
At the time of this shooting, we have discussed that
Yes,
this
it was
defendant
Dr.
and her
Lapisoda.
brother, Alex Cox, were living in Rexburg, Idaho, correct?
correct.
Were you then working with the Rexburg Police Department to help obtain information from Rexburg and other counties around there in relation to this investigation?
Yes,
That's true. That's true. Well, I think it was Dr. Lapisoda because I wasn't around
So in
last
any time
Tuesday.
when you were
And
obtaining
then
search
Rentschler was at
warrants
the
or
end of it.
continuing your investigation, were you pulling in information being provided to you from people such as the DEA LPR reader,
yes,
Fremont County LPR readers,
yes,
information being obtained by police up in Idaho
yes,
from search warrants that they were executing,
yes,
as well as search warrants that you executed up there on the Jeep?
correct.
Was all of that put together when you were determining whether or not you had information to corroborate what
That's it.
Brandon Boudreaux told you on October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, it was a collective effort.
Although you are the case agent in this matter because it occurred in Gilbert, did you have to rely heavily on aid from the Rexburg Police Department and other agencies to obtain evidence in Idaho?
Yes,
And are those detectives in a better position to discuss things such as storage units or burner phones that were purchased up there?
yes, they are.
They had a lady
Although
that
you
was
are
using one
familiar
the
with
other day.
those and they were all relevant to this investigation, would it be fair to say that since they obtained it, they're in the better position to testify as to it?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? If so,
You guys see
please
how there's
pass
no
those down.
recross?
See at least one.
Oh, jury question. I do like that the jury has questions. I know they're not supposed to know who Lori is. Well, they might, but they're not supposed to know. But I would just write a ton of questions to troll Lori. Oh, I know. And Angie says, I can't imagine talking to one of those things for hours and hours. And towards the end of Karen Reed, I don't know if you guys could hear it, but like I could hear this mumbling exactly like the adults in Charlie Brown. I'm like, oh my gosh. And I'll tell you what, I can attest, it is a lot to sit here and talk all day, let alone talking into it while listening and trying to repeat what the other person says is wild. Like my brain can't even comprehend how they do that. If anybody knows one of those people that want to come on to Couch Confessions, I would love to have them because I have a lot of questions. So if you know a court reporter, tell them to fill out the form so I can talk to them. Shunka said I saw online yesterday that apparently even Canoni's court clerk has an OUI. I mean, they're common. A lot of people have them, you know. Now here you can't. I don't think you can get a DUI taken expunged. I don't think that works here, but anyway. Again, the fact that she only walked away with an OUI is amazing. They were all like, we'll take it. Let's sentence right now. Let's be done. Let's go. So I think that's great. Oh, you think darkness is reality? I was born in the darkness. Sorry, I'm not good at impressions, but I do love Bane. Oh, so for you guys, they're forever too. Yeah, it is here as well. Cops there get kicked off the force for a DUI. Oh wow.
Before I ask these, are there any other juror questions? All right. In your experience, is it unusual for witnesses to confuse colors or not remember them accurately?
Yes.
Yes. Do I answer this for you, Your Honor?
I'll let the parties follow up on that if they need to. The next question is, were the attempted phone calls to wife recorded during the in-car interview of Brandon on the day of the shooting? I guess, let's clarify, did you record those phone calls?
To the second question, yes, those calls were recorded.
And were voicemails left explaining the situation?
A voicemail was left requesting a response for a call back, not explaining the situation. That was from Brandon. And then I know I later called and left a message explaining my involvement as a detective who wanted to talk to Melanie Boudreaux at the time. And she later responded, and the interview happened the next day.
Interesting questions.
All right. Follow up on that question from the defense, or those 3 questions from the defense? From the state?
In terms of colors and not remembering them accurately, you said it's not unusual for a witness to not remember always a color. Is that due to just sort of the circumstances surrounding what's happening when they're trying to observe these things like a vehicle?
Yeah, so I'll answer this in a couple parts. It is not uncommon for people to commonly mistake black for white or red for blue or different colors, assuming they're not colorblind to begin with. You amplify that situation, for lack of better words, in a traumatic situation, going out to multiple violent scenes, or even not a violent scene, just an emotional scene, maybe between a domestic dispute. It is quite common that colors for vehicles or clothing or hairstyles or hair color are mistaken, especially when you add the traumatic element to it. So.
Other questions?
All right, you can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State can call its next witness.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, here at probation's universal. No alcohols, no drugs, no. Well, it's a misdemeanor, though. So I don't know that for sure, but I imagine so. But she'll probably be on non-reporting probation, meaning you check in one time and then maybe you call every 3 months or so. It's going to be very lax probation for her. And I imagine her lawyers told her, like, be very careful because everyone's going to be following her.
All right, you're going to come right up here in front of my clerk and be sworn in.
Agreed, Dave. Agreed.
Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I mean, she could still move. She
All
could
right,
move
have
to
a
a different
seat up
state
here
and just
to my
have it
left.
transferred over. It's kind of a process for a misdemeanor, but.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Vanessa Milkey. I'm a Forensic Scientist 3 for the City of Mesa Forensic Services.
How long have you worked there?
I have been there for over 12 years now.
And can you tell us your training and experience to work both as a forensic scientist and then, I guess, let's start there.
Okay. I have a bachelor's degree in biological sciences from Arizona State University. While in college, I was a forensic services intern for about 8 months for the City of Mesa Forensic Services. After college, I was a laboratory technician for United Blood Services for 1 year. Prior to my current position, I was a crime scene technician for the Chandler Police Department for almost 2 years. After college, after I was a crime scene technician and I was hired at the City of Mesa, I completed the required serology and DNA training that took about 2 years.
All right, so what is your current role? What do you specifically do?
I examine
I
items
love when
for the
forensic
presence of
scientists are
biological
like
fluids,
this every.
conduct DNA analysis, prepare samples for DNA analysis, take notes, write reports, and review reports.
So you talked about training specifically at the City of Mesa with regards to DNA testing and analysis.
Morning, Kevin.
How long of a process is that?
It took me about 2 years to complete all of the required training, and then every single year I'm required to do a minimum of 8 hours of continuing education.
And are there any type of quality assurance processes to ensure that your analysis is correct and your conclusions are accurate?
Yes, during training, I was required to complete competency tests along the way for each new thing that I learned. And then every single year, I have to do 2 proficiency tests to show that I'm proficient in serology and DNA analysis.
Now, at the Mesa Police Department, do
Oh,
you
it's
separate sort of this process and have one person take cuttings of swabs or evidence to prepare them for testing, and then another person who will take those to develop those unknown profiles for analysis?
Yes, we have serology and DNA. So there are some analysts that just do serology, and there's some that are trained in both serology and DNA analysis. For a particular case, it could be the same individual doing serology and DNA, or it could be different analysts.
Okay. So let's start with talking about DNA. What is it?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's considered the blueprint of life. You get half of your DNA from your mother and the other half from your father. Every individual has a different DNA profile with the exception of identical twins.
When the police are collecting biological evidence from a scene for DNA testing, are there different types of biological evidence that can be used for DNA testing?
Yes, the DNA profile can be generated from hair, semen, saliva, sweat, skin cells, blood.
She's so cute.
You talked about skin cells, and if we are talking about swabbing different areas that people touch, if a person touches an item, do they always leave behind DNA?
No, not always. It depends on the type of surface. If an individual is wearing gloves, they're not going to leave behind their DNA.
Okay. Does the environment also impact potentially your ability to obtain DNA from a swab surface that someone touched?
Yes.
Yes, there
Oh,
are different
Ken Allen, we love
environmental
you.
conditions such as heat, moisture, sunlight that can all damage the DNA. And also if there's any type of cleaning products that have been applied, such as bleach.
So just because a person touches an item doesn't mean you're going to be able to find the DNA there.
That's correct.
And then we've been talking about sort of a DNA profile. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, a DNA profile is kind of like a graph. There's different locations that I'm looking at that I am comparing from, let's say, a question sample to a known sample. So a known sample is something where I know where the sample was collected from. A typical known sample is buccal swabs, which cells are the cells from the inside of your cheek. So I have an expected DNA profile. And an unknown profile would be something from a crime scene where I don't know what the DNA profile is, but I'm going to look at all 23 different locations and I'm going to compare that to my known samples.
So when you're creating a DNA profile, do law enforcement agencies generally look at the same locations on the DNA, long strand of DNA?
Yes, different laboratories use different what's called kits, but it's all very similar locations.
You're not looking at every spot on the DNA chromosome, right?
It's 'cause
No,
it's
just
not.
23 different locations.
When you are
Beautiful.
looking at a DNA profile from a known source let's start with a known source, are you able to generally create a single source DNA profile?
From a known sample?
Yeah.
Yes, typically I am able to generate a full DNA profile from a known sample.
Okay. And like someone's blood would be a known sample.
Yes.
Now, if you have a cutting or a swab from a crime scene, are there different things that might affect your ability to develop a full DNA profile?
Yes, sometimes there's not enough DNA present for me to have a conclusive DNA profile, or sometimes there's too much DNA there where it's too complex, where I can't pull anything out or make any comparisons or conclusions.
I'm assuming it's
Is one
multiple
of the
DNA.
things we're talking about when we say there's too much DNA referred to often as a mixture?
A mixture is anything that's more than one
No.
individual contributing to that DNA sample.
And if you have a mixture, are you always able to tell us all the people who are part of that?
No, sometimes there's just too much information there where I can't separate out the different numbers and determine how many people are contributing to the sample.
When you develop a DNA profile from a swab from a crime scene, and there's a mixture of people who have contributed to that, do you ever have anything called a major contributor?
People get into
What
fights
is
with
that?
this all the time.
Yes, a major contributor is just the individual that's contributing the majority of the DNA to the sample.
And if you have a mixture, you told us you're not always able to tell all the people. Are you always able to tell us how many people contributed?
No, I don't always know how many people contributed, but we usually give a minimum number that the analyst would think is contributing to that mixture.
Okay. So if we see there's a major contributor, is there such a thing as a minor contributor?
Yes, the opposite of the major would be the minor. So if there's a major component, there's also a minor component. And with every sample, the minor component may not be conclusive.
Okay. When you are creating these DNA profiles of these unknown sources, are you able to tell sometimes if there's a male or female contributor?
Yes, there's a sex determining marker called amylogenin. So a female would have an X and an X, and a male would have an X and a Y. If I'm looking at that sex determining marker, if I see an X and a Y, then that is an indication that the profile is from a male. If there's a really big X and a really small Y, that would be an indication that there's a female present and there is also a male present.
The other is
Because
more
if there's
weird.
just one male or two males, I would expect the X and the Y to be about the same height.
Some people
So
say
when you
war
are
dire. That's
provided
right.
with a known sample of someone and some questioned sample that was taken from a crime scene, what are you asked to do with that? What does the analysis involve?
The DNA process is a 4-step process. The first step is called extraction, where the cells are broken open and the DNA is released from the cell. The second step is quantitation, where I'm determining how much DNA I have in a sample, if any at all. The third step is amplification. It's kind of similar to a DNA Xeroxing machine, where I'm making millions of copies of the DNA. And the last step is called detection, where I'm generating a DNA profile. The DNA profile from the unknown profiles can be compared to the DNA profile from the known individuals to determine if there's a match or no match.
Okay. So in January of 2020, was the Mesa Police Department lab doing DNA testing for the Gilbert Police Department?
Yes, and we still do.
I don't want to look at her
so
hair.
was the process for the Gilbert Police Department to send over any known and any questioned DNA samples to you to see if you could develop DNA profiles and reach any conclusions?
Yes.
In this case, were you provided with several cuttings from Lisa Perry from swabs from a vehicle?
Yes, I was.
And were you provided with a DNA profile for an Alexander Cox that was developed by Emilyn Sapinoso?
After I completed analysis of my samples, I compared the results from my samples to any known individuals. that were also submitted for the same case.
And was that for the Alexander Cox?
Correct.
Were you then asked to develop DNA profiles from those cuttings that Lisa Perry had given to you?
Yes,
And then compare those to Alexander Cox?
correct.
Were you provided a cutting of a swab from the steering wheel of the Jeep?
The blender years.
Yes.
Were you able to create a DNA profile from that?
May I refer to my report?
If that would help refresh your recollection.
Go ahead.
Yeah, do you have that with you?
I do, I can.
Or do you need a copy?
Is it okay if it has writing on
Yeah,
it?
go ahead.
Yes, I was able to generate a DNA profile for this sample.
From the steering wheel?
Yes,
Were you able to determine how many contributors were in, well, let me ask you, was that a mixture?
it was a mixture. I have a major conclusive profile and the minor portion is inconclusive.
Okay. And for the minor, were you able to determine how many, I guess, contributors were in that mixture?
I have a minimum of 3 contributors.
Okay. Were you able to tell anything about the sex of the major contributor?
The major contributor is of male origin.
And were you able to tell anything about the sex of the minor contributors?
Since it's inconclusive, I didn't make any comparisons or I didn't make any conclusions for the minor component.
Did you compare that major contributor DNA profile from the swab of the steering wheel to the known DNA profile of Alex Cox?
Yes, the major profile obtained from this item matches the DNA profile from Alexander Cox.
Do you have any statistics as to the frequency of that occurrence?
Yes.
Could you tell us those?
May I read from the report?
Go ahead.
The frequency of occurrence of an unrelated individual in a random population having the same genetic profile as the major DNA profile obtained from this item is approximately 1 in 975 sextillion African Americans, 1 in 111 quintillion Caucasians, and 1 in 344 quintillion Southwestern Hispanics.
That's interesting. I've never heard
What
it
is a
broken down like that
quintillion?
before.
A quintillion is a 1 followed by
A
18
race?
zeros.
Never heard that before. Interesting. Have you guys?
Were you provided with additional other swab cuttings to also attempt to develop DNA profiles?
Yes.
Yes,
Were
we
you
have power.
provided with a
I'm
cutting
here.
from the passenger seat belt buckle?
Yes.
Why?
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from that?
No, this profile was inconclusive due to an insufficient amount of DNA.
What does that mean?
It means that I didn't have enough information to conclusively give any results that are reliable.
So it doesn't mean there's no DNA there.
Correct.
Just means you didn't get enough DNA to do any type of comparison.
You got a
Yes.
message from me.
Were you provided with a cutting from
I'm
Lisa
here.
Perry from the swab from the passenger interior door handle?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile for that?
Shut up.
No, this was also an inconclusive DNA result.
Was there again insufficient DNA?
Yes.
Were you
It does look like
provided
it's
with
gonna rain.
swabs from the lug nuts from the spare tire of that Jeep vehicle?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from that?
No, this DNA profile was inconclusive due to an insufficient amount of DNA.
So again, there's DNA there, correct?
Correct.
But just not enough of it for you to do any comparisons.
Yes.
Were you provided with a cutting of the swab from the gear shift of that Jeep?
Yes.
And were you able to develop a DNA profile from that?
Yes. This is a DNA mixture that indicates that there's at least 3 individuals of male and female origin.
Did you have a major contributor to that DNA profile?
I did not.
Were you able to make any determinations as to sex of any of those contributors?
Yes, I made a determination that Alexander Cox cannot be eliminated as a contributor to the DNA mixture.
What does that mean?
That means that when looking at the DNA profile that I generated from the gear shifter, the different numbers that I have on my DNA profile for the gear shifter, the numbers that Alexander Cox has on his DNA profile, he cannot be eliminated from my conclusive locations. So for example, if he has, let's say, a 7 and an 8 at one location, the DNA profile that I generated from the gear shifter also has those same numbers. So there's not a difference in the profile from the gear shifter and the profile from Alexander Cox.
Now, so for the gear shift, you can't eliminate him because there's no inconsistencies in those profiles. There's just not enough information for you to make that conclusion.
Yes, there's no inconsistencies between the two.
Thank you. Were you provided with cuttings from the swab from Lisa Perry from the driver's side seatbelt buckle?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from that?
Yes, the major DNA profile from this item matches the DNA profile from Alexander Cox.
So is that a mixture then?
It is a mixture. The minor is inconclusive and the major is conclusive.
So the major was the DNA profile that you compared then to Alex Cox?
The major profile that I obtained matches Alexander Cox, correct?
And did you have statistics for the frequency of occurrence for this match from the driver's side seat belt buckle when you compared that DNA profile to Alexander Cox?
Yes, the frequency of occurrence of an unrelated individual in a random population having the same genetic profile as the major DNA profile obtained from this item is approximately 1 in 123 nonillion African Americans, 1 in 715 septillion Caucasians, and 1 in 2.78 octillion Southwestern Hispanics.
Septillion. I think that's a different number. What is that?
Septillion is a 1 followed by 24 zeros.
So a higher frequency even than the other match.
Yes.
So in this case, 2 of the swabs that you tested, both the steering wheel itself and the driver's side seat belt buckle, had major contributors where the DNA profile from those 2 items matched the DNA profile of Alexander Cox.
Yes.
Did that conclude your involvement in comparing these swabs to the known sample of Alexander Cox?
It did.
Thank you. The state has no other questions.
If you're listening, please pick me up creamer because I'm almost out of chocolate milk.
Any
Okay, great,
questions or
thanks.
comments from any member of the jury? I don't see any. All right, thank you.
Septillion is a lizard with 7 heads. I believe it.
All right, let's
See,
recess-
the DNA
recess
in
for
the
lunch.
car-
Can we resume at 1:15, everyone? Okay.
The DNA in the
Resume
car,
at
I just,
1:15. Please remember the admonition.
doesn't really mean a lot. Yeah, I have powdered creamer, unflavored powdered creamer. Okay, I am now a celebrity and I demand a flavored creamer. That's all I'm saying. I'm just kidding. Okay, so looks like wake me up when septillions. So I'm gonna try because Amy is still away at a doctor's appointment. So I'm going to try and see if the sound
The jury
booster.
is no longer present.
Okay.
After sidebar, I marked Exhibit 202, Defense Exhibit 202. This is base stamps 2714. The purpose for that is just for appeal purposes on, so the substance is there for the record as to why I denied the defendant going into this in much detail with that particular witness. So just for the record, that will not be provided to the jury when they deliberate. All right, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
Okay.
There's a draft of final instructions there. Please take a look at those when you get a chance. All right, we'll be at recess till 1:15.
Thank you.
Okay. We're gonna see if I may have solved it myself. It's okay, Amy. You're fine. I disappeared a little bit earlier to see if this might work. So let's see. I love when we experiment together with friends. All right, so sound booster. Good. I don't know what all these things mean, but we'll find out. Okay. And it will let me do the little picture. Okay, well, I thought it would anyway. Yeah, let's try it again. Screen. There we go. All right, let's see. I don't even know where we left off, but let's see if we hear anything better. Let's get to some talking. Oh, jeez. You guys, is it working? Hi, Terry. Do you guys hear this? No. Man. Okay. I keep saying I should have a share audio setting, but it doesn't give me. Okay, what if I turn it up more? Anything? No, it's definitely me. Well, that's okay. We tried it out. It's fine. It's blaring in my ear, so I'm just not gonna do that anymore. Oh, well, that's okay. Lovely Amy said she'd be home soon. So that's okay. We'll just hang out. We're used to hanging out as, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm hearing it very clear on my side. It's not giving me anything on StreamYard where it's like, oh, share audio like it's supposed to. So I don't know. It's very different than on Google, but you know what? That's fine. I'll figure it out later today. One step at a time, I guess. I'm here, so that's really all that matters. So we'll just hang out. Because I can't play you interviews because you won't hear them. And I can't pull it up on Google because it has to be the same browser that I'm using. Why is my screen all freaking out? Oh, geez. Get together. It's wild. It's very, very wild. I don't understand. What happened is, so I'm trying to stream using Firefox. Okay. But when I do, y'all can't hear it. So, and I don't understand why that would be. And I don't really know how computers work. So let's see. Maybe if I have something in here. No. My shared experiences mean. Oh, no, that's not it. I don't know. It's fine. We'll just hang out. We're fine. It's fine. Don't you need to use Chrome? I mean, you shouldn't have to, according to what I looked up earlier, but I don't know. It says operating system sound settings. But like none of my stuff has changed anyway, so I don't know. It's fine. I'll figure it out later. I'll figure it out later. It's fine. Yes, we're all going to get our aperture degree. I think we're qualified. All ready to work then. That's right. It's fine. We're fine. You're fine. Everything is fine. Well, that's fine. I can talk about, let's see, tonight's True Crime and Wine Time is 8 p.m. Eastern, where the lovely Captain and I will be talking about the Thomas Sweat case. I'm going to change this color and see if it helps. Oh, that one kind of helped a little bit better. Very excited with that. See, y'all are like, we're going to figure this out for you. Well, I don't know. Maybe. Amos, don't worry. Arc is on the way. I wish. Let's see, where was I? Oh, yes, we have our show tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. And tomorrow we have the rest of Lori Vallow Daybell, and then Couch Confessions with the lovely lady in gray who's going to share her juror experience with us. I'm very excited about that. Dave. I got my Welcher kit today. Crayons, puppets, blue paint, and a blue doll. I bet you got a better deal than $400,000. I just can't get over how much money they spent on them. It blows my mind. I've never heard of a number that high before. It's just crazy for like 2 whole witnesses. And that's what they did. Ooh, I don't know. I wonder if like a bunch of other places are like regretting any sort of like contracts they have with them. I would be like, ooh. Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. Savage Cashew says, okay, top 3 albums ever. Go. Oh, that's tough. That's a tough one for me. I'll let the chat answer because that question's hard. Oh, for $40 now. I love a good bargain and a good deal. Fantastic. Yes, Amos coming in to rescue us from the Blue Man experiments. I mean, yes, I'm almost at that point. I'm just kidding. Oh, she probably has all the blue paint and blue glitter. Actually, she would show up with glitter. She literally has a whole glitter store in her house. So, yes, Terry, we all hope you're feeling better or will feel better. Thinking of you. Oh, we're holding down the fort. See, look, everything's working out fine. Paint shaker not included. Oh boy. God, what? It was just crazy to me that literally every single thing from beginning to end was stuff I have never seen done. Never seen done ever. And for it all to happen in one trial is just unbelievable. Unbelievable. But we learned a lot. Well, we learned that we shouldn't trust what we hear a lot. I mean, the Celebrate stuff we did learn is questionable. Questionable. You're heading to the doctor shortly. Well, I hope it's good news. I hope it's good news, whatever that made good news, baby. Yeah. Oh, they paid $400K to try and show the truth. Yeah. Crazy to me. Again, it's that. Oh, they definitely paid out around $2 million for sure. I bet both of those trials combined were probably $4 to $6 million, which is usually the price of a death penalty case. So that's crazy. That's crazy. So you thought the second one was more wild than the first? I mean, probably I could see how you could think that, knowing what they could or who they could have called and showed, and then they didn't. I thought that was fascinating. Well, then you didn't have Alessi in the first trial either. And he was quite impressive. Honestly, I think most of bringing the prosecution down was Alessi, and again, trying to be, knowledgeable and whatnot. Okay, Shanka Bacon said Led Zeppelin 4, Damn from Kendrick Lamar, and Isley Brothers' greatest hits. Okay, all right. Savages is AC/DC Back in Black, Queen Reich, Operation, Mind Crime, Unleash the Archers, Apex, and Abyss. I don't know the last two. I'm sorry. But I'm not a big, I like music, but I'm not like a music connoisseur. Yeah, no, it's just a Firefox thing. Like, there's certain things that I can't do on here. Because Firefox isn't supported. I don't know. It's fine. We'll figure it out. It's not a big deal. We just get to hang out. It's there's nothing. Oh, I didn't know you can ban guests. Interesting. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, guess who's back? The Savior. Oh yes, it was Hank that requested the 1-year probation, which is the standard. He said he recommended what was standard with all, first time DUI offenses, OUI, whatever they call it. Who cares? Immaculate Collection is your top album. Okay. Did anyone watch the Proctor interview last night? I didn't, but I'm going to. He pissed you off even more? I can see that. Yeah. It's like he turned off the prick switch for a second. I didn't know he was possible. Yes. That he was on 2020 last night, apparently. Disgraced former trooper Michael Proctor. Bad man. Savage says, Unleash the Archers is a Canadian power metal band from British Columbia. Okay. The band plays a fusion of power metal, melodic death metal, and traditional heavy metal. Oh, well, that is interesting. The more you know. I love you guys. You just always tell me new stuff. Oh, hey, Jaded Wonder. Hope you're doing great. Haven't seen you around in a while. So happy to see you. Hope you're doing well. Where's Proctor working now? The Stoppage Shop. He's probably going to get hired by Aperture. Who knows? Oh boy. What are you showing, Amy? We're going to be, where would it be? Let me pop, hold on just a second. In a moment. We're going to want 4 hours and 12 minutes. Ish, give or take. Yep, that sounds great. Look at that. See, told you we have fantastic teamwork. Fantastic teamwork here. Uh-oh. And we're back. Jen is opening a Halloween store called Shock and Awe.
All right for the jury.
Oh, man. Oh, I gotta get my dog her medicine. I'll be right back. I forgot. It's almost 11. Sorry.
All right, please be seated. The jury is present. We're back on the record. The state can call its next witness.
State calls Kyle Mueller.
All right, sir, come on up. Stand in front of my clerk here and be sworn in.
Can you please spell your first name? Raise your hand. Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
All right, you're gonna have go up this ramp. Have a seat to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. My name is Kyle Mueller. I'm a forensic scientist section supervisor with the City of Phoenix Police Department Crime Lab
How long have you worked for the City of Phoenix Crime Lab?
for about 24 years now.
And can you tell us the different duties you have done over those 24 years?
Sure. I started out in the controlled substances section where I analyzed illicit drugs for the presence or absence of an illicit drug. I then transferred to the trace evidence section in 2007 and was a forensic scientist 2, and then a forensic scientist 3, and then a 4, and then now I'm the supervisor. In the trace evidence section, I analyze gunshot residue kits, footwear and tire track impression evidence, fibers, tape, and miscellaneous unknowns.
Can you tell us the education and training you've had in the area of trace evidence specific to GSR, gunshot residue?
Sure. Well, to start, I have a bachelor's of science in biochemistry. That's from the University of Arizona. I also have a master's of science in forensic science from the University of Florida. I've been trained by senior members of the crime lab, but I've also received several training opportunities for trace evidence, whether it's internal or external where possible. Specifically towards gunshot residue, there's a lot of history in the scientific literature for reading about what GSR is and how it's created. It's also a matter of going through the specific training program with the Phoenix PD Crime Lab. So I went through that. I'm also proficiency tested on a yearly basis.
Can you tell us how long was that training at the City of Phoenix to work in the trace area?
Well, the training is ongoing, but so each subdiscipline in trace evidence, you need to go through the training program and then become competent in that subdiscipline. So, and for specifically, excuse me, for gunshot residue, it was about 6 to 8 months.
And then you said you have ongoing proficiency training. Can you tell us what you mean by that?
Sure. Every year I receive a proficiency test to verify that I'm valid or competent in analyzing gunshot residue.
Well, let's start with then, what is gunshot residue?
Sure. Gunshot residue, or GSR for short, are small metallic particles that are formed from the discharge of a firearm. So when someone shoots a gun, these small particles are made up of the elements of lead, antimony, and barium that are from the primer paste inside the bottom of a cartridge casing. That primer paste essentially is disintegrated, and we're left with these GSR particles that escape from any part of the firearm that's not completely closed in the manufacturing process. There are effectively 3 classifications that we test for gunshot residue. There's characteristic particles that have all 3 elements of lead, antimony, and barium. There's also consistent particles that have 2 of the 3 of those, so lead and barium, or lead and antimony, or antimony and barium. There's also commonly associated particles, and those are just lead particles. So that plume of smoke that you see when you shoot a gun, a lot of that plume, if you will, are these small metallic particles.
When that plume lands on things, is it visible? Can I look over here and say, hey, there's a GSR particle?
No, these are very small. They're anywhere from 5, 10, maybe 5 or 15 microns in width. To give you an example, if you were to take a cross section of a human hair, that's around 60 to 90 microns. So these are very small particles. You can't see them with the naked eye. We have a very high-powered microscope in the SEM, or excuse me, in the trace evidence section called an SEM, and that's what we use for our analysis.
So does it matter if someone fires a handgun or a rifle? Is it going to be the same particles you're looking for?
Those same particles are generated regardless of the caliber of firearm used or the ammunition used. We still look for those 3 elements within that same type of particle.
When someone discharges a gun, what factors might impact whether or not that GSR residue particles are left on a person or objects around the gun?
Well, you can imagine when someone shoots a gun, it's kind of like that plume of smoke that's generated. It's kind of like smoking a cigarette. That plume of smoke is going to travel one way or the other based on if you're outside, if you're inside, if you're and it's a windy day or if it's raining. So if you're in an enclosed space, depending on where the wind velocity is, it's going to depend on where that travels.
So if a person fires a gun from inside a vehicle while it's parked, would you in general expect to find GSR particles inside that vehicle?
Yes, it's certainly possible.
Okay. Can GSR particles over time get lost or removed from whatever object they have attached to after the gun is discharged?
So these particles, like I said before, they're like a fine metallic dust. They don't have a half-life. They don't decay over time. They don't evaporate. They're simply just washed away. So if GSR particles are found on an object, they will stay there indefinitely until they're washed away.
Okay. Have you seen cases where GSR was found inside a vehicle weeks or months after someone has fired a gun inside that car?
It's possible, yes.
In a case where it's alleged that a person was inside a rear portion of a Jeep and fired a rifle out the back window, would it be within the normal scope of possibilities to locate GSR on the windows of that vehicle a month after the shooting?
It's possible, yes.
Okay,
Would
go
it
ahead.
be interested if, say, someone went in the Jeep and sprayed some Windex and cleaned off all the windows? Would that then remove it?
Yes, it would
Come
possibly remove any GSR.
So when we're talking about collection of an item that's not immediately after the discharge, does the fact of
Can I say
someone
hi?
cleaning or not cleaning the area around the discharge impact the potential to collect those particles?
Oh, hi.
Yes, it would potentially remove those particles.
Can you tell us, in general, what you are provided with
Oh, look, they
and
think
then
you're pretty.
how you look for GSR particles with the kit you are given?
Sure. Depending on the case, a general GSR kit has vials inside of that kit. They're labeled usually about where they are collected from. There's essentially a plastic vial, and when you open up, when you open up the cap to that plastic vial, on the inside of that cap is a small aluminum stub that has effectively sticky tape on it. And that tape is used to sample an area. The portion being, or the idea behind that is that if you have GSR on an area, whether it's someone's hands or an inanimate object, you would then stub that sample, and then any GSR on that sample will then be transferred to that stub. Now, those GSR stubs are then introduced as evidence into the laboratory, and that's where I come in and I test that evidence. So the GSR vials and those stubs are essentially, they come in a GSR kit that's labeled depending on the evidence.
Uh-oh. No, you hear that? Everybody saying how cute you are, Zoe. Oh, yes, I am very cute.
And then start my note-taking process regarding what the GSR labels say, where they're taken from. And then I essentially take those stubs out of those vials and place them in an instrument called an SEM EDS. And that essentially stands for Scanning Electron Microscopy with Energy Dispersive X-ray Spectroscopy.
That's a long explanation.
So essentially what I'm doing is I'm introducing those stubs into that SEM because it's a very high power microscope to view these very small particles. I then analyze the kit with a program that we have for looking for GSR particles. The program then generates a report of what it found, and then I go back typically the next day and try to determine if these were actual GSR particles that were detected by the instrument or whether they were not. And then I compile my report with my results.
You told us earlier that there are 3 different elements
Right.
you are
There
looking
you
for.
go.
What is the significance of locating 1, 2 of them together, or all 3 of those elements together in one particle?
So one particle that has all 3 elements is called characteristic, meaning that is unlikely to have come from any other source in the environment other than from the discharge of a firearm. 2 of those, so a consistent particle is 2 of those elements. So lead and antimony,
Yes, certain
or lead and
matter.
barium,
Ish.
or antimony and barium. And those are consistent particles, meaning that while they're also associated with the discharge of a firearm, they're also found in the environment. Lead is a commonly associated with particle. And while it's found in the environment, it's also found in, again, GSR, this plume of smoke that we see when someone discharges a weapon.
Go lay down.
So you told us you work for the Phoenix Police Department. Do you still, does your agency assist other agencies with processing GSR kits?
Yes, we do.
On January of 2020, were you provided with 2 GSR collection kits from the Gilbert Police Department?
Yes, I was.
And were those marked with the Gilbert property identification numbers of 645-886 and 645-888?
Yes,
Were you asked to analyze these?
I was.
When you
Oh.
receive those, do you note whether or not they are
I love that, Amy.
integrity seals have been kept there and that they are still properly sealed when they arrive to you?
Yes, I do.
And were they still properly sealed with all integrity seals on them?
Yes,
Now
they
she's
were.
laying on the floor next to me.
Um,
So you're snoring. That's Zoe.
Now, the kits or the vials, do those come inside their own container, and then each vial itself is also individually sealed
Yeah, the big.
with the
So,
tag, I guess?
so the vials themselves that have the GSR stubs in them aren't individually sealed. They're usually anyway 3 to 4 of a pack, if you will, of vials. And then inside of that, or excuse me, those vials are then inside another envelope, which is inside the GSR kit.
Do the vials, though, have their own, I guess you indicated label, tape, whatever we want to say, going around them indicating what each one is from?
Yes,
So in this case, when you received those 2 kits, each of the vials had their own tape with the labeling and then were packaged in sealed packaging.
yes, that's correct.
And when you were provided with these 2 items, these 2 kits, did you, can you tell us what your initial process was?
Sure. I received notification from the Gilbert Police Department of where exactly these GSR vials were collected, so I could get a better idea of what to test first. So I got that information, and then I started my analysis on one of the GSR kits from 3 of the vials were from the inside of the Jeep, specifically the windows.
Why did you want to test the windows of the Jeep versus the tabs that may have been from, say, the back of the seats of the Jeep?
Well, testing the windows first, I thought was pertinent because they're more likely to not come into contact with an item that would previously had GSR on it. If GSR is on the inside of a window, unless it's been cleaned, it would probably be there still.
Okay. The GSR kit that you decided to test, did that contain stubs from the passenger side interior back window, the passenger side interior window, and the driver's side interior window?
Yes,
I assume you used the same process with the SEM microscope that you described?
yes, that's correct.
And then you independently confirm whether or not what the microscope located is in fact the items it indicates?
Correct.
For this one, starting with the passenger side interior back window, did you find any particles in that collection kit commonly associated with GSR.
Yes.
And so again, so we understand for commonly associated, what does that mean?
That means those are lead particles.
Okay, so just the single individual lead particles, and you found those on that stub.
Correct.
So for that same passenger side interior back window, did you find any particles consistent with GSR?
Yes, I did.
And again, just so we understand, what does consistent with GSR mean?
That means 2 of the 3 elements from a characteristic particle are present.
And do you in fact even note how many of those particles you find?
Yes, I do.
When you are looking for those, do you count every single one on the entire stub? Or do you at some point say that's enough to show they're there?
After 10, essentially, I stop. So if it's anything less than 10, I count and
Oh.
put that in my notes.
10 is his favorite number 2.
When you were looking at this passenger side interior back window, did you find any particles that were characteristic of GSR?
Yes, I did.
And again, what does characteristic mean?
That means it has one particle that has the elements of lead, antimony, and barium. That is kind of a round or amorphous morphology that is characteristic of being from the discharge of a firearm.
Okay. So when you located the commonly associated, consistent with, and characteristic particles, what was your conclusion as to the kit that was used to collect from the passenger side interior back window?
Again, that area of the Jeep is consistent with being in the vicinity of a discharged firearm or even coming into contact with something that had GSR on it.
Was one of the other vials that we discussed from the passenger interior window,
Yes.
did you find any particles commonly associated with GSR on that stub?
Yes, I did.
How about consistent with or characteristic of?
No, I did not.
So what was your conclusion as to that vial where you just had particles commonly associated with GSR?
So to back up, when I put together my report, I took the results from all 3 samples that I tested and made my conclusion on that. If I'm looking at individual vials, so the vial that we just spoke about that had just the commonly associated with, that means that, again, a discharged weapon could have occurred within the vicinity of that sample being taken, but it could also come from an environmental source as well. But that's just for that one sample.
In a vehicle where a gun is discharged and the samples aren't collected till about a month later, why is it important to look at multiple locations?
Well, so when a gun is discharged and you think of that plume of smoke, that those GSR particles are going to travel anywhere potentially in the inside of that vehicle. So any of those areas could potentially have GSR on them. So when I performed my analysis on those samples, really finding where they are specifically in the Jeep isn't really an indication that something happened. It was just finding any in the Jeep. So it doesn't really matter where they originated or where I found them. It's just that they were present.
Okay, so you're really just looking to see, are those characteristic particles present within this Jeep that would indicate that a gun may have been discharged within that vehicle?
That is correct.
See, not concrete.
So we talked about 2 of the 3 vials. Was the 3rd vial the driver's side interior window?
Yes.
Did you find particles commonly associated with GSR on that vial from the driver's side interior window?
Yes, I did.
Did you find particles consistent with GSR on that driver's side interior window?
Yes.
And did you find particles characteristic of GSR on that driver's side passenger or driver's side interior window?
Yes, I did.
When you then were looking at all 3 of those in different areas within that Jeep, were you then able to reach an overall conclusion as to this vehicle where these kits were taken from?
Yes, I was.
What was your conclusion?
That the inside of the vehicle was, again, in the vicinity of a firearm when it was discharged or came into contact with an item that had GSR on it.
And then given the locations of the collection sites, that was done to try to look for places where potentially the areas may not have been washed.
Correct.
And when you were talking about something coming into contact with those locations, are you also thinking about the fact that if someone puts a gun in their car, it's not usually on a window?
Correct. I wouldn't test like the back seat of a vehicle knowing that someone used that vehicle to go hunting or go to a shooting range in case they put their firearm in the back of their vehicle.
So if the collection had only been, for instance, of the seats of the vehicles, that may have been less, that may have played into your conclusion some?
My first initial analysis, yes.
In this case, because you were looking at windows in this vehicle, were those stubs specifically chosen by you because they were the windows that were collected?
Yes.
I have no other questions for this witness.
All right, Cross.
Just a few questions. Mr. Mueller, you had said that a gun may have been discharged in this vehicle. Is that your conclusion?
Yes.
Okay. And just so I understand, because I'm trying to wrap my head around that, the 3 particles altogether, right?
Yes.
Antimony, barium, and lead, all 3 make it actually GSR. Is that correct?
So there's 3 classifications. All 3 of those elements in one particle is considered a characteristic particle, which is considered a GSR particle. But there's also the 2 component and the 1 component particles that I detected are also considered GSR.
Right. And so in your report, you say they're also found from a number of relatively common non-firearm sources. Is that also correct?
It's possible, yes.
And what are the non-firearm sources? Could you tell me some of those?
Sure. For lead, lead used to be prominent in gasoline and paint years ago. Lead can still be used in solder or varying manufacturing facilities. The 2 component particles are less common, but they also can be found in maybe some cosmetics or fireworks. But again, those are less common.
Okay. So would you find an actual GSR where all 3 elements were together in fireworks? Like if a firework went off in the vicinity?
No, ma'am.
You would never find GSR after fireworks?
A 3 component particle, no.
So you would find either consistent or commonly associated?
It's possible depending on the firework.
Okay. What about from brake dust?
Again, that's possible, yes.
What about from fertilizer?
I'm not familiar with fertilizer having those specific elements.
What about hairspray?
I'm not familiar with hairspray being a component or having those components.
Okay. So of the kits that you took, of the stubs that you had that you actually tested, how many all 3 particles did you find together, grouped together?
So 2, one on the driver's side and one on the passenger side on the inside windows.
So just 2?
Correct.
And so if a firearm were to be shot in the back of the Jeep, would you expect to find more than 2 from all the stubs that you analyzed?
It's difficult to determine how many particles are actually there. I'm essentially getting a sample of that area. So the number is not really pertinent to my analysis.
So is it safe to say that whoever was the person who got the stubs would be deciding what you would end up analyzing later? You wouldn't have any control over that, right?
Correct. I didn't collect the stubs.
Okay. So out of the two that you found, out of how many stubs did you actually analyze? I'm sorry, I missed that.
So I analyzed 3. In total, there were 8 collected.
Okay. That's all, Your Honor.
I hate to
Redirect.
say this, but those
Just
were
briefly.
some pretty decent questions you had there, Lori. Probably could have had better questions if you had a lawyer.
For the characteristic particles with all 3 elements, did you find one of those in the passenger side interior back window?
Yes.
And did you find 2 of those characteristic particles in the driver's side interior window?
Yes, I did.
You were asked about some different things like hairspray and brake dust. Are those things that would create the 3 particle characteristic items that we're talking about that are characteristic of GSR?
No, they were not.
So no matter how much hairspray we use in the car, you're not going to get antimony, barium, and lead stuck together into a particle?
No.
No matter how many fireworks we blow off in the back of this Jeep, we're not going to get the antimony, the barium, and the lead together as a characteristic particle?
No, ma'am.
So is this why it doesn't really matter how many you find? The fact that it's there is what's important?
Correct.
Because
right.
when you find the particles that have all 3 of those, that is what's the most meaningful of all of this.
Yes.
And that's because for the single just lead, we could come up with some reason why that might be there, right?
Correct.
And for even the consistent with, maybe you can come up with some reasons why it's there.
Correct.
But when we start talking about those characteristic particles, that means it's gunshot residue.
Correct. And the reason why I list out the other 2 classes, if you will, the consistent and commonly associated with, is because I expect to see all 3 types in the discharge of a firearm.
So when we are looking for the discharge of a firearm in a we'll call it vehicle, as we were talking about here, you wouldn't expect to only find the characteristic particles.
No, I would not.
You would expect to find the single particles, the 2 combination, and all 3 together.
That's correct.
Exactly what you found here.
Correct.
I have no other questions.
Are there any questions for
I'm
this
annoyed by
witness from
Trina,
any
she
member,
knows better.
from any member of the jury?
I know she knows better.
I don't see any, sir. You can step down.
Thank you.
That's why the
Same
DNA in the
calls and
car and the GSR means nothing to me because 1, we know that he would have access and drive the Jeep. So of course his DNA is going to be there. We also know that Alex liked to shoot guns. That's been confirmed by numerous people. So even if you buy into the whole gunshot residue thing, it's kind of irrelevant, right? Because it could be in there for numerous reasons that are all facts that have been presented in this case. So I don't know why they're relying on either one of these. I don't know if they would necessarily, if she had a lawyer, I don't know, but there's a lot of states getting rid of the ability to use gunshot residue because, as he said, it may mean that there's
All
a
right,
gun,
sir, come on up.
that a gun went off. Maybe. I
You're going
strong
to stand
opinions
right here in
about
front of my
that.
clerk. Be sworn in.
Yeah, can you please spell your first and last name? Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, you're going to walk around the court reporter. Have a seat to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Ray Hermosillo. I'm employed with the Rexburg Police Department.
Where is Rexburg Police Department?
Rexburg is a little
I know I
town
was
in
muted, but-
southeast Idaho.
How
Seems-
long have you worked for the Rexburg Police
Suit
Department?
jacket.
I've been with Rexburg since 2001.
And can you tell us your different jobs or duties over the years at that department?
Sure. I started in patrol in 2001 as a normal patrolman. I worked patrol for about 18 years before I was promoted to detective in 2019. During that 18 years, I was able to obtain numerous certificates. I currently hold a supervisor certificate and an advanced certificate through Post Academy. In 2019, I was promoted to detective. I currently am a lieutenant over the detective division.
So in 2019, you were working as a detective in Rexburg. How big is that city?
Rexburg is roughly probably 40,000.
Okay. How many detectives are there?
Currently, we have 7 detectives for the 40,000 people.
And back in 2019?
About the same, 7.
And did you cover sort of any investigations in every investigation as a detective in Rexburg?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to bring you to November 1st of 2019. Did you speak with a detective, Nolan McDermott, from the Gilbert Police Department here in Arizona?
I did.
Were you asked to aid the Gilbert Police Department by locating and impounding a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with a Texas license plate LWD 0997?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you provided with an address where that Jeep might be located?
I was.
Are you familiar with 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, Rock Creek townhomes.
Okay, so those are townhomes. Are there multiple units there?
Correct.
Were you provided with a unit 175 that would potentially be relevant to this case?
Yes, I was told that 175 was where I needed to focus. 175, 174.
When you were given this information, were you provided with a probable cause statement from Detective McDermott?
I was on November 1st of 2019.
And knowing that you were going to be looking for this Jeep to seize it, did you obtain a search warrant?
Yes, I did.
So on November 1st, did you go out to 565 Pioneer Road, Unit
did.
175?
Yes, we did.
Did you go with someone else?
I'm sorry, could
Sure.
you repeat that?
Did you go with someone else or were you by yourself?
No, I went with other detectives.
And what did you do when you got out there?
We were asked by Gilbert Police to perform intermittent surveillance to see if we can locate the 2018 Jeep Wrangler. So that's exactly what we did. We went out, performed surveillance, and we were unable to locate the Jeep on November 1st.
Now, had you been provided with the name Lori Vallow?
Yes.
Had you been provided with the name Alexander Cox?
Yes, we have.
Were you looking for the Jeep that belonged to Lori Vallow?
Correct.
Okay. When you were doing surveillance of Unit 175, did you take any photos of the individuals who you saw going into and out of that residence?
We did. We took a couple photos of some individuals coming out of the garage and going into the garage area of 175.
Did you see that person go into any vehicles?
We did.
Was that a male or female you saw?
That was a female, Lori Vallow.
Do you see that person that you saw going in and out of Unit 175 and getting in and out of the vehicle that you saw in Rexburg, Idaho on November 1st in the courtroom today?
So we
Yes,
call
I
it all the
do.
Can
time.
you point her out and tell us what she's wearing?
She is at the defendant's table in a blue coat with a light blue shirt and red glasses.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Good job.
It's garage.
Did you, in fact, follow Ms. Vallow in a vehicle to another location and back to the unit 175?
We did. We followed her to Walgreens in Rexburg off of Main Street, then followed her back to her residence at 175.
What kind of vehicle was she driving at that time?
A blue Nissan Rogue.
I've shown defendant exhibits 126 and 127. I may have my paralegal approach. And you said you took photos of those. I'm showing you 126 and 127.
I forgot to tell you
Let me have
guys,
recognize
Bubblebee
those.
picked me a bunch of wild lilies the other day. And he was out on a
Do you
job.
recognize those as
You're so
photos
pretty.
taken from surveillance on November 1st of
You still love it. He's
2019?
the bloom.
Yes, ma'am.
The state will move to admit 126 and 127.
Any objection?
Just relevant, Your Honor.
They're
That
admitted.
face is really heavy.
126, 127.
Now, you told us that, if I can have the Elmo,
It looks like that
that the
wrestler
defendant,
gold.
Ms. Vallow, was driving
that guy?
a blue Nissan Rogue. Did that have an Arizona license plate of CRT 2994?
Yes, ma'am.
We're showing here exhibit 126. I'm going to pull out some.
Oh,
Although we can't really see well. When there's no glare, is Ms. Vallow going into the residence here?
That is correct. That's Miss Vallow.
And this is unit 175.
Correct.
And then 127 is her going further into it, albeit the glare here, we can't really see that.
Yes, ma'am.
it's cute. It's cute.
So did you find the Jeep that you were looking for, that 2018 Jeep with the Texas plates when you were there on November 1st?
No, we did not. Not on November 1st.
Did you search the whole complex?
We did.
So did you go back again later to try to locate the Jeep?
Yes, we looked for the Jeep. November 1st was a Friday in 2019. We looked for the Jeep all weekend and were unable to locate it. I was finally able to locate it Monday morning, November 4th.
So did you went back to look again on Monday morning to 565 Pioneer Road and you saw the Jeep?
I was on my way home from the gym and looked over to my right
Probably.
and saw the Jeep parked outside of apartment 175.
What did you do when you saw it?
I had Erickson Tow Company seize the Jeep and tow it to our impound lot.
Is that an internal or external lot?
We have both external and internal, but we towed it and put it inside our impound lot. Inside.
Did you let the Gilbert Police Department know you had located and seized that Jeep?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Did you attempt to contact Lori Vallow to let her know you took the Jeep?
We did several times that day. We made attempts to go over and knock on the door to let Miss Vallow know that we had her Jeep in case they wondered if it was stolen or impounded. And we were unable at any time to make contact with Miss Vallow, and nobody had called the police department stating their Jeep was missing either.
So you never received a call from Lori Vallow to report her Jeep stolen?
No,
Never got a call from Alex Cox saying a Jeep was stolen?
no.
So you have the Jeep on the 4th of November. Do you coordinate with the Gilbert Police Department for them to come to Rexburg, Idaho to be able to process the Jeep?
We did.
Did you in fact author the search warrant for them to be able to take things like DNA swabs and GSR kits and things like that?
Yes.
Were you present when that search warrant was executed on November 18th of 2019?
Yes, I was.
Were you just watching and allowing them to do the processing?
That's correct.
When you were there on November 18th, as well as when you impounded the Jeep, did you note anything about the tinting on the rear windows of that Jeep?
I noticed that the tinting on the Jeep was extremely dark. It appeared darker than Idaho state law allows.
From the outside, trying to look inside, were you able to see into the vehicle?
Not unless I got right up to the window.
Did you learn during this investigation that that Jeep had been taken to Dan Moss's tinting on September 25th to have those windows tinted?
I did learn that later on in the investigation, yes.
But at that time, you did not know that.
That's correct.
On December 18th of 2019 was a second search warrant executed on that Jeep Wrangler.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you author that search warrant as well?
I did.
And were you again present for the execution of that search warrant?
Yes, I was.
Were photographs taken of the Jeep?
Yes, they were.
Were photographs taken of receipts inside the Jeep?
Yes.
When the Jeep was being processed on December 18th and photographs were taken of the receipts, did you note a receipt inside that was related to or that came from Arizona?
Yes, I did.
Did you notice a receipt from Arizona that was from October 1st of 2019?
Yes, I did.
Understanding that you were being asked by the Gilbert police to investigate a shooting on October 2nd, did you feel that was relevant?
Yes, ma'am.
Shown the defendant exhibits 128 through 134, if I can have my paralegal approach. Do you recognize those as photos taken of the Jeep from the search warrant that was executed on December 18th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
State will move to admit 128 through 134.
Any objection?
No objection.
128 through 134 admitted.
So 128, were these just some overall photos of this Jeep?
Yes, that's correct.
In 129, do we see a tag from Texas that also reflects the license plate number up here, the LWD 0997?
Yes.
Is this, again, the side to show that dark tinting on that?
Correct.
That's the license plate that was on the Jeep that you impounded?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that show the whole back of the Jeep?
Yes.
I know you were present both on November 18th and now on December 18th, a month later. When this Jeep was being processed with this tire on it, were you guys able to open that rear window while the tire was still on the Jeep?
No, we weren't able to.
And then is this the other side of the Jeep itself?
Correct.
In Exhibit 134, does this show sort of different receipts and stuff found in the Jeep itself?
Yes.
And does that include focus? A receipt from Los Favoritos at 5351 South Power Road in Mesa, Arizona.
Potato
Correct.
burrito.
And
does
does
that
it
mean?
show a date of October 1 of 2019?
Yes.
And although it's getting blurry here, is it the timestamp 1312 hours?
Yes, it is.
So
Mm,
this
big two taxes.
Let me ask you this. From the time that you impounded the Jeep on November 4th, was it always in your custody until this executed search warrant on December 18th?
Yes, it was.
And so this Jeep that you impounded on November 4th had a receipt from October 1st of 2019 at 1312 hours from a restaurant in Mesa, Arizona.
That's correct.
And you were aware at that time that Brandon Boudreaux had been
Go to jail. Directly
shot
to
at
jail.
on October 2nd, 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
So this was from the day before.
Right.
When you were working with the Gilbert Police Department, you told us that you had done some surveillance
Sorry. He's drinking the smallest
on
bottle of
November
water.
1st until
He's
you
so big.
recovered the Jeep on November 4th. Later in November, did you have some additional time to do surveillance at the 565 Pioneer Road? Specifically November 26th.
Yes, we did.
On November 26th, did you have contact with a person by the name of Chad Daybel?
Yes, I did.
On November 26th of 2019, who did you understand that to be in relation to Lori Vallow?
Lori's current husband.
Was there anyone with Chad Daybel when you saw him on November 26th?
It was also Lori's brother, Alex Cox, that was with Chad Daybell at that time.
Can you describe for us the circumstance you saw these two on November 26th?
Oh, is
Where
that
were
what it
they?
is?
Were they around a vehicle, around a townhome?
He's huge.
So when we made contact with Chad, and Alex, they were unloading Alex's pickup truck, unloading items from the back of it into the garage of apartment 175. And that's when I initially made contact with both of them.
You said that they were getting out of a vehicle. What kind of vehicle was it?
It was a gold Ford pickup truck.
Was it a
Okay.
Ford F-150?
Yes,
Do you recall if it had Arizona plates on it?
it did have Arizona plates. I
Were they,
believe
I guess, personalized plates?
they were personalized.
Was that a CPQUINT?
Yes, CP Quint.
At this time, when you are at this apartment complex on November 26th, is it your understanding that Lori Vallow's living at those Rock Creek townhomes?
That's correct.
What does CP Clinton mean? Have they told us? I don't think they told us.
Was it your understanding at that time that Alex Cox was living in the Rock Creek townhomes as well? On November 26th.
At that time, yes, we knew he was at the Rock Creek townhomes.
I've shown the defendant exhibit 135. I get how my paralegal approach.
See, there it is.
Thank you.
Is that just sort of an aerial overview of the Rock Creek apartments that we're talking about
Yes, it is.
at 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that show where Unit 175 is?
Does.
State will move to admit 135.
Any objection?
Just foundation, Your Honor.
135 is admitted.
Thank you. Okay. So we see here, this is Pioneer Road. Is this the Rock Creek townhomes?
Yes, it is.
Using Exhibit 135, are you able to tell us approximately where Unit 175 is located?
Is there a pointer I can use or?
Could he point to the TV behind you?
Look behind.
If you could get up and,
Go ahead.
thank you. So if you could point to, yeah,
175, the back of 175 is roughly here, and the front door is this way. So the garage where I first made contact with Alex and Chad both, we're right back here.
Detective, maybe if you could go to this side. Sorry, just the other side so the jury doesn't have to look through you. Thank you.
Why do they always put the front of the house?
The Jeep
Like
was
that.
located on November
So
4th,
weird.
parked in a stall right here.
So that's where you located it on the 4th. And that's right near the 175 you're describing?
Correct, right in front of the 175 garage.
Now, you told us that you also knew that at that time Alex Cox was living at the Rock Creek Townhomes. Can you show us where that was, what unit that was, approximately?
107 is where Alex Cox was living, and it was roughly here, the front door to 107.
Okay. During this time on November 26th, did you learn that a Melanie Boudreaux was also living at the Rock Creek Townhomes? What unit did she live in?
She lived in 174, which is right next door to Ms. Vallow's residence.
Thank you. You can be seated now.
You guys think they're gonna bring charges against Melanie? I mean, it's looking closer and closer, but I don't know.
Now, did you become, I guess, were documentation obtained along with an affidavit for the rental application for Lori Vallow to live at 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, they were.
Did the documentation show her as renting unit 107?
Yes, it showed Lori Vallow as the renter of apartment 107.
Did you ever see her over at apartment 107?
No, I didn't.
So on November 1st, you saw her at 175?
That's correct.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 162, which is pursuant to 803 and 902 with the affidavit authenticating them from the custodian of records.
All right. Any objection?
No, no objection.
Can you give me the number again?
162.
162 submitted.
So 162, we see the application for Lori Vallow to rent 565 Pioneer Road, number 7. Is that correct?
Number 107, yes.
107. And that was submitted on August 14th?
Correct, the way I understand it.
And did that indicate a vehicle of a Jeep Wrangler with the LWD 997?
Yikes.
Yes,
That's the Jeep that you impounded on the 4th?
that's correct.
And did it also indicate a Nissan Rogue blue, no license plate at that time?
Correct.
And is that the type of vehicle that you had seen Lori Vallow driving when you were doing surveillance on the 1st of November?
Yes, ma'am.
Probably not good. Because we're pretty sure that's probably where the children were killed, was in
Now, you told us that
the townhouses.
Alex Cox also lived in this townhome complex.
Yeah, it's not great. Not great.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you know what unit he rented in his paperwork? Was it 175?
Yes, Alex was the renter in apartment 175.
Now, we're talking about November 26th, where you're doing some surveillance. You have interactions with Chad Daybel and with Alex Cox outside of Unit 175.
Correct.
Did you go to Unit 105 to see if Lori Vallow was there?
We went to unit 107,
107, yeah, I'm sorry.
see if Lori was there, and there was nobody there at that apartment.
Were you aware then that the rental paperwork for Alex Cox, along with an affidavit authenticating those records being kept in the normal course of business, was obtained from the Rooftop Real Estate Management Company for Alex Cox's rental of Unit 175?
I'm sure there's some people
Yes,
that
we
would
didn't
rent them.
obtain
though.
that on the 26th of November, but later throughout the investigation, yes.
Good morning, Kelly.
State will move to admit those pursuant to 803 and 902, Exhibit 160.
Any objection?
No objection.
160 is admitted.
And so, although this is a tough thing to read, do we see the 26th day of August of 2019, Alexander Cox?
Sorry, guys.
Yes.
Big girl
And does
yawn.
the letter from the Realty Management say that Alex Cox had rented 565 Pioneer at Unit 175?
That's correct.
Now, you told us that on the 26th of November, you had contact with Chad Daybel and Alex Cox near Unit 175. Did you go to Unit 175 to see if anyone was inside there?
We knocked on apartment 175. We also knocked on apartment 174, which is where Lori's niece lived, to see if maybe they were over there. And we were unable to make contact with anybody at all three apartments.
Okay. Now, the next day on November 27th, were search warrants executed on units 107, 174, and 175?
Yes, they were.
Yeah, they were.
Was anyone home in any three of these residents when they were executed?
No, there was not.
I'm going to talk about Unit 107, the one that was in the rental paperwork rented to Lori Vallow. Can you describe for us what you saw when you went into that unit?
Apartment 107 was completely vacant. It looked like everybody had moved out. There wasn't anything in the entire apartment. So we assumed that nobody had lived there because it was vacant.
So no furniture,
No, ma'am.
no
Interesting.
groceries?
Nothing. Like it was ready to be moved in for a new tenant.
Okay. When you went into Unit 175, where you had seen Miss Vallow going into previously after making the trip to the Walgreens on November 1st, what did it look like inside that unit?
So 175 was different. There was furniture, food in the pantry, food in the refrigerator, beds. It looked like somebody was living there. But as we went upstairs into the master bedroom and other bedrooms, the entire closet was completely empty, other than just empty hangers. So it looked like somebody had just grabbed everything hanging. There were no clothes, and just took off with what they had.
Is this when they went
Were
to Hawaii?
photographs taken inside Unit 565 of Pioneer, or I'm sorry, 565 Pioneer Road, Unit 175 during that search warrant?
Yes, photos and also a video.
Did each of these units have their own garage as well?
They did.
So I'm going to start with the interior of that residence. When you were inside Unit 175, did you see any documentation in there relating to renting a storage unit for Lori Vallow?
Yes, we did. We found a rental agreement in the master bedroom on what I believe to be was a copier, where it detailed the address of the storage unit, self-storage plus, and also the storage unit number, which was C52.
I wonder if
Oh,
the,
so close.
I've shown the
B52.
defendant Exhibit 136 through 138, if my paralegal can approach.
We're perplexed about her vacant apartment. It looked like nobody had ever lived there. That's interesting. Do we know why? It's been so many years since their Idaho trials. I don't
Is that
remember.
showing sort of the outside of the unit and then a photograph of that document that you located that you just told us about?
Yes, ma'am.
State will move to admit 136 through 138.
Any objection?
No objection.
136 through 138 are admitted.
Okay. So 137, do we see the front of units 175? Oops,
Yes, cut off.
May pull out.
There you go. Yes, 175. It's the one with the toys out front.
where would 174 be in relation to this?
To the left of that apartment.
So
Yep,
this
right
one?
over there.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So this apartment was technically rented to Alex Cox, but inside it had some indicia of Lori Vallow.
That's correct.
I'm putting up 138. So when we see this, we see at the top, you said C52. Is that a storage unit location?
That's the number of the storage unit at the storage location, correct?
Okay. And down here, do we see a date when this was executed?
Yes, October 1st, 2019.
And what name is on this?
Lori Ryan.
Did you
That's her
learn in your
husband.
investigation that Lori Vallow, before she became Lori Vallow, was Lori Ryan?
That's correct.
So she was Lori Ryan, then Lori Vallow, and now Lori Daybell?
Correct.
Imagine the nightmare she'd have trying to get a real
Does this
ID.
show the location of the storage facility?
It's pain growing me been
Yes,
married
it
a bunch
does.
of times.
Self-storage plus at 433 Airport Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is that in relation to 565 Pioneer Road? Is it far away?
No, it's roughly probably a half a mile north. If you stay on Pioneer, you'll run right into Airport Road. It is on the north side of Main Street, so about a half a mile away.
Inside the residence, did you see any like women's clothing or anything else like that that appeared to be consistent with Lori Vallow? And I know you told us most of it was gone.
We found women's clothing in the garage in apartment 175.
So in the garage, can you describe for us what the garage was like? I mean, what did you see when you went into the garage? Was there cars in there?
No, so in the garage of 175, there were boxes. It appeared people had been moving things into the garage of 175. So there were plastic containers full of various items. There were boxes full of clothes. There were prepper barrels for water storage. Just various different things that it looked like people had moved in.
So in addition to having furniture and clothing and all sorts of stuff, did you find any paperwork in the garage that was related to Alex Cox?
We did,
Things like passports and bills.
correct.
Did you find any weapons in the garage?
We found several weapons in the garage, yes.
Now, since you were working with the Gilbert Police Department, had you been advised that Brandon Boudreaux had seen a rifle barrel come out of the Jeep Wrangler and then fire at him?
Correct.
So were you looking for any rifles when you were going through that garage?
Yes, we were.
Did you photograph all of those?
We did.
I've shown defendant exhibits 139 through 159. If I can have my paralegal approach.
Go ahead.
You know, I feel like Chad and Lori thought they had gotten away with all this stuff that had been happening since July. Because I think at this point they've fucked off and got married in Hawaii. But it turns out that all the agencies everywhere was already kind of on to them and their shenanigans months before even I had thought they had. So I think that's interesting. Is anyone having OnlyFans withdrawals today? A little bit, but you know what I don't miss is Bev and Brennan. So I'll have that. This one we just get a seal, like most courts. I don't know. I think the clock ones, when they focus on the clock,
Do you recognize
It's almost
all of
worse.
those as photos of sort of the indicia of Alex Cox, as well as the various weapons that were located in the garage of Unit 175?
Yes, ma'am.
The state will move to admit 139 through 159.
Any objection?
Just cumulative, Your Honor. There's like 20 something of those.
no,
I don't know how many they actually need.
Can I look at them?
I know they didn't find the children until what, May? I think it was because of winter and the frozen ground in Idaho. They weren't able to get on there. But Lori was already in jail at that point, but Chad wasn't. Oh, I didn't realize that the guy that was sitting next to Trina the whole time was Detective Hiller. Why is he sitting next to her? That's kind of weird.
All right, they're admitted.
I mean, I know the lead detectives or whatever usually are in the courtroom, but to sit right at the prosecution table, that's interesting.
So, and I think I called you detective earlier. I apologize, Lieutenant. To be clear, Unit 175 was rented by Alex Cox, correct?
In Hawaii.
Correct.
And then she was sent
But
back
on
here.
November 1st, you saw Lori Vallow going into that unit.
Correct.
You saw her Nissan Rogue in the garage,
Correct.
and you found her Jeep Wrangler parked near Unit 175.
That's correct.
Interesting.
And 107 that she rented was on the other side of the complex.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Correct.
Was she ever seen in any of the surveillance over at 107?
No.
So in the garage, I'm going to put up exhibit 139. Did you find indicia such as Alex Cox's passport
Yes, we did.
and things like credit cards for him,
Correct.
tax paperwork for Alex Cox,
Yes.
mail for Alex Cox?
Yes.
As you were going through all of this paperwork in the garage, we can see a little bit here where they're just bins of belongings that appeared to be his in the garage.
Yeah, that's what we assumed. It was his. It was mixed in with his personal effects.
Okay. So you also found clothing in there that appeared to be male,
Yes.
and then furniture in there.
Correct.
You told us that you were looking for any types of weapons. So I have exhibit 145. Did you see sort of a rifle in a case, and 146 showing that rifle?
Yes.
Do we see in 147 another case? And 148, and then 149 showing that rifle?
Correct.
What's this?
Oh, I could see if that's
It's
the one
a
he used,
scope.
why Brandon thought there was a
there
silencer.
anything on any of these rifles that would indicate you could attach a silencer or anything onto the end?
Yes, there were a few rifles that had threaded barrels. In this photograph, you can see the difference. That is a threaded barrel that you could screw a silencer or suppressor on the end of a rifle.
Okay. And so we see sort of some close-up. This seemed to have its own, I guess, to give padding for the person using that.
Correct.
And then showing sort of the scope itself. Was
Yes.
there in that bag ammunition with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there boxes of ammunition?
Yes.
Was there all kinds of ammunition?
There was a lot of ammunition.
Were there extra rifle barrel parts?
Correct.
Were each of those laid out to be photographed, that of the rifles that were located?
Yes.
So we see in 156, is that one of the rifles that was located?
Yes.
Right.
157, was that one of the other rifles that was located?
Yes.
158, another rifle that was located.
Yes, ma'am.
And then 159, what do we see here and here? Are those extra parts?
Different uppers for rifles. Correct.
Okay. So these could be changed out with the stock.
Yes.
Interesting.
We heard that you also executed a search warrant on 565 Pioneer Road, Unit 174. Was that the unit you told us was rented by Melanie Boudreaux?
Correct.
When you were executing this search warrant, were you aware that Melanie Boudreaux had been married to Brandon Boudreaux, the individual who was the victim in this case you're helping Gilbert with?
Yes.
So during this search warrant of Unit 175, you learned that Lori Vallow had rented that Unit C52 at the Self-Storage Plus business in Rexburg, Idaho.
Right.
And were video and an affidavit authenticating the surveillance video obtained later from the Self-Storage Plus?
Yes, it was.
Did you obtain video from the day that Lori Vallow rented the unit on October 1st?
We did.
Did you obtain video from the day of the shooting, October 2nd?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you obtain video from the day after that, October 3rd?
Yes.
Did you obtain video for longer than that, but for our portion, those 3 days?
Correct.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 164 pursuant to the affidavit and Rule 803 and 902.
Any objection to 164?
No, Your Honor.
164 is admitted.
Alex was
And then
cremated,
we will
right?
publish it and have the detective.
I feel like he
explain to us
was.
some of this. I apologize, I called you detective again. Lieutenant, sorry.
Fine.
Probably. They for sure would have dug his body up by
Before
now.
we start,
So
in this,
probably.
these videos, does the storage unit or storage company have numerous channels showing different aspects of the business?
Yes.
Does channel 1 sort of show the parking lot and entrance and exit to the storage units themselves?
Correct.
And does channel 3 show a driveway outside one of the rows of storage units?
Correct.
And channel 4 shows a different drive outside of this row of storage units?
Correct.
Do we have a channel 5 that shows sort of where the vehicles would park to go into where C-52 is.
Yes,
And does channel 11 show actually the hallway of where unit C-52 is located?
correct.
You previously told us that you had done that surveillance on November 11th of 2019, and you saw at unit 175, Lori Vallow getting out of a blue Nissan Rogue with the Arizona license plate CRT 2994, correct?
No, we previously did that November 1st,
November 1st.
2019.
And that's when you followed her and saw her both driving that vehicle as well as parking it at unit 175.
Yes, ma'am.
When you were watching these videos, did you see that same blue Nissan Rogue with the Arizona license plate CRT 994 coming
How
and
long is
going to the storage unit C-52?
We did, yes.
Yes, we'll definitely watch the juror interview after
6 and 167.
this. I mean, yeah.
You recognize these as stills from the surveillance video from that storage unit business.
Thank you, Angie.
Showing the Nissan Rogue that you previously have described as seeing Lori Vallow driving on November 1st of 2019.
Yes, I do.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 166 and 167.
Any objection?
No objection.
They're admitted.
.166, and this is a closer up of 167.
I like the color of the car.
And that's the Nissan Rogue that you saw Lori Vallow in on November 1st driving.
That's correct.
And this is the Nissan Rogue that you see in these videos from the storage unit.
Yes.
I'm convinced Angie gets an alert about anything
That you
posted anywhere on the
also
internet at all
obtained
times.
video from future dates after
very good.
October 3rd at the storage unit.
Correct.
Did you ever see
Or Angie
the
is the internet.
Ford F-150 with that personalized license plate at the storage facility?
Yes.
Show defendant Exhibit 165. I can have my paralegal approach. Do you recognize that as a still photo of the vehicle that you saw Alex Cox and Chad Daybell getting out of on November 26th at the Pioneer Road Complex Apartments?
Yes, I do.
State will move to admit 165.
No objection.
165 is admitted.
So does this show us that on October 6th, the truck with the CPQUINT is seen at that storage unit?
That's correct.
We can now play the videos. Starting on October 1st. And as October 1st is the day that the document shows you rented the storage unit, correct?
That's correct.
So this is the earliest of the videos you were able to obtain.
Yes, ma'am.
And so we're going to go through just some of the relevant ones, ending in the 40809. Do you recognize, is this the storage unit we're talking about?
Yes, it is.
Off to the far right, we see sort of a little wall there with an opening. Is that the entrance back to where the rows of storage units are located?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that the vehicle that you have recognized Lori Vallow to have been driving at least on November 1st?
Yes.
If we can go to the 40935 video. Do we see in this video in about a minute, the Nissan come out and a person get out of that vehicle and go into the facility?
Yes.
And where we see the quad pulling up is the entrance into the business, the office located there.
Yes, it is.
And I apologize, we can't go forward. It blacks it out if we try to speed it up. So is this the Nissan Rogue we've been talking about?
Yes.
We see an individual getting out of the car and going to the office. Do you recognize who that is?
Yes, I do.
Who do you recognize that to be?
Lori Vallow.
How do you know that's her? Have you seen her over the last 5 years multiple times?
I've seen her, had interactions with her, so I know that to be Lori Vallow.
Okay. So you recognize the vehicle as well as her?
Yes, ma'am.
I think we can go to the 42009 video. And just so we're clear, a lot of these videos may just show the car parked there, but as long as the car was there, you guys obtained it.
Correct.
Do you recognize someone coming out now with a paper in their hand?
Yes.
And who do you recognize that as?
Also Lori Vallow.
Was this the only entrance and exit to the storage units, what we see here?
I believe that is, yeah, the only exit and entrance.
So whenever someone comes in or out, we see it on this video.
That's correct.
So then the last video, just to show the car leaving, is that the 43224, we could show that.
They sure do have nice security cams there in Idaho. Massachusetts should take some notes.
So we see her leaving at 2:32 in the afternoon.
Correct.
And we talked about other channels, can we look at channel 3, driveway A, 42331? Channel 3, 42331. Thank you. Can you describe for us here the building and the vehicle there? That's sort of right where we see the 10-1 of 2019. Is that the unit where C52 is located?
Yes, it is.
Is that the Nissan Rogue?
Yes, it is.
This is one angle that we see. We talked about there's also an angle from inside the building, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if we can go to, just to show the leaving, 43133 from that same channel 3. So this shows Miss Vallow leaving in her Nissan Rogue.
That's correct.
We can go to channel 11 to show the inside of the storage unit, 42305. So this is still October 1st, the day she's rented this, correct?
Yes.
Where is unit 52 or C52?
It's at the end of the hallway on the left-hand side from this camera angle.
Is that the unit that we see this person at?
Yes, ma'am.
And although it's far away, do you recognize who that is?
Absolutely.
Who is that?
Lori Vallow.
And when you follow the timestamps of all of these videos together of the vehicle going in, renting the unit, going through, do they all sort of coincide to show her coming from renting the unit to then coming into C52?
They do.
In this video, do we see anyone with Lori Vallow as she's putting bins or whatever into this unit?
No.
So she's by herself on the first.
Correct.
Okay. And then if we can just show channel 5, the 42129. And if we can stop it around 142140. Does this show that Nissan Rogue leaving? Oops.
Yes, it does.
And did that show the plate, if we back it up a little, which we don't need to do, CRT 2994?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I want to go to October 2nd now. Did you obtain footage that showed Lori Vallow driving that Nissan Rogue back to the storage unit again on October 2nd?
Yes, we did.
And so October 2nd is the day of the shooting?
That's correct.
Starting at channel 1, do we see that Nissan arrive in the 32459 video around 1:25 in the afternoon?
That's true. That he did.
Is this the Nissan Rogue that belongs to Lori Vallow arriving to the storage facility on October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, it is.
I can't get over how nice this camera is.
We can show channel 3, video 32624. That the Nissan Rogue pulling up to the row that contains unit C52?
Yes.
On October 2nd of 2019, how many people were helping put stuff into the storage unit?
2 people, male and a female.
Did you recognize who those 2 people were?
Yes, I did.
Who did you recognize them to be?
Lori Vallow and Chad Daybel.
If we show video 32742. See those 2 people getting out of the vehicle
Yes.
and going into the building.
Yes.
On this day, did you see these 2 individuals putting any items into unit C52?
Yes.
If we can go to 32830. Were you able to determine what that item was?
Appeared to be a tire.
We'll keep watching this. Do they take another item into the storage unit as well before we move into the interior view? Now, from this angle, were you able to really tell what it was that they brought in for that second item?
Not really from this angle.
Let's go then to the inside camera view, channel 11, Video 32901. Shows that the tire that we previously saw come out of the back of that Nissan Rogue.
Yes, that's the tire that Mr. Daybell is rolling down into the storage unit.
So we see them both carrying in something, one at each end.
Yes.
And those were the only 2 items they put in?
That's correct.
We can go back to channel 3 to 33116. And is that them leaving?
Yes, ma'am.
And then one of the driveways in there in channel 4, video 32605, are we able to see the license plate like previously as it drove by that camera?
Yes.
So if we stop it earlier, is that the same Nissan Rogue with the same license plate we've been discussing?
That's correct.
Do you want to break now instead of the next day?
All right, let's take our afternoon recess, approximately 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
What's with the dog in the video? What's the dog? All right, please be seated when you get to your seats. The jury is present. Please continue.
Thank you. So when we broke, we were looking at Exhibit 164, the videos that were obtained from the self-storage unit in Rexburg, Idaho. And we had completed watching the videos from October 2nd. So Lieutenant, the same day that we have someone in Gilbert, Arizona, firing a rifle out of the back window of a Jeep without a spare tire, we see Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell putting a tire and what could be a bench seat into a storage unit that Lori Vallow rented.
That's correct.
So let's go to October 3rd then. We can start with channel 1, the 31049 video. Is this the same Nissan Rogue we've seen repeatedly enter?
Yes.
And then we could go to channel 4, the 31110 video. This is again the driveway. We're able to see if we stop at the license plate of that Wrangler at 131120 is the same CRT number that we've talked about for the Nissan Rogue.
Yes.
If we go to channel 3, this is where we see again the Nissan, and we'll look at video 31105. Is that sort of as we follow the vehicle through there, pulling up to the building with the C-52 in it?
Correct.
We see 2 people again get out of the vehicle here. If we can go to the hallway version, channel 11, 31149. We see 2 people coming in. Is that going to unit C-52?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize who those 2 people are?
Yes, I do.
Who do you recognize those 2 people as?
That is Lori Vallow again and her brother, Alex Cox.
So we're now on October 3rd at 1:12 p.m.
Correct.
What does it appear that Alex Cox is carrying out?
Looks like a seat,
Like a bench seat,
bench seat that's kind of folded.
so we could see the 2 parts of that.
Correct.
And if we can go to 31254. What do we see being taken out now?
That is a tire that he's carrying.
So the previous day, we'd seen Chad Daybell rolling the tire in. Here we see Alex Cox carrying it out.
Correct.
The previous day, we had seen Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell carrying in a object of similar size to a bench seat.
Correct.
And today we saw Alex Cox carrying that out.
By himself, correct.
We could go to then the outside to show a 31224 channel 3. And does this show sort of them, Alex Cox taking those items out and putting it into that Nissan Rogue?
That's correct.
And then if we can show channel 1, 31310. We see
Sorry, guys,
her
my little
vehicle
llama got
leaving
home.
About a little before 3:15,
Yes, ma'am.
or 13:15, I guess I should say, which is 1:15 p.m.
Correct.
So if we saw in the first video we played for October 3rd, Lori Vallow, Alex Cox, and the Nissan arrive at 1:11 p.m. and we see them leaving about 1:15 p.m. This whole thing was about 4 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the prior day, it was around 1:26 or so when we see Chad and Lori bring those items to the storage unit.
Yes.
So the seat and tire are in the storage unit for about 24 hours.
Yes.
And they're collected the day after someone drives a Jeep, parks it in front of Brandon Boudreaux's house without a tire on it, and fires a rifle at Brandon Boudreaux.
That's correct.
As part of the investigation, were local firing ranges contacted to see if Alex Cox had ever gone to any of them?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the Unified Sportsman Club?
Yes, I am.
Is that in Rexburg, Idaho?
It is. It's just west of Rexburg.
Ruh-roh. I don't know why I did that.
Probably about 10 minutes west.
Is that a place where you could practice shooting outdoors?
Yes, it's open to the public.
What'd you say? Sorry.
It's open to the public. I'm sorry.
Is it a place where you can shoot rifles outside?
Yes,
Okay. So it's not just like an indoor range.
correct.
Okay. Were sign-in records for the Unified Sportsman Club, as well as an affidavit authenticating their sign-in records obtained?
Yes, they were.
And in going through those records, did you initially see someone by the name of Alex Cox sign in on September 3rd of 2019 at the Unified
Yes.
Sportsman's Club?
Yes, I did.
Did he even provide his phone number?
He did.
Did you later see sign-ins on September 27th and 28th that appeared familiar to you?
Yes, I did.
Were those sign-ins with just the initials CQUINT?
Yes.
Did you recognize that to be similar to Alex Cox's personalized plates?
Yes, it was just one letter off, so he was missing the initial P.
And I know later we'll talk about that, but was there searches that were found by Alex Cox for places to go shooting around this time period?
Yes, there were.
State will move to admit Exhibit 169.
Any objection to 169?
No objection.
169 is admitted.
If I met Yelmo, thank you. So were these sort of copies of records that were provided from the Unified Sportsman Club in Rexburg, Idaho, of their sign-in roster?
Yes.
And do we see on September 3rd and Alex Cox at 2:50 p.m.?
Yes.
And the 480-351-9120, is that the phone number that has been associated with Alex Cox?
Yes.
That's his cell phone number.
Correct.
She is a slow talker, but
Same type of records. On September 27th, did you note a CQUINT at 3:50?
Yes.
And on September 28th, did you notice that same CQUINT at 3:10?
Yes.
So just a few days before the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, you noted some sign-ins that appeared to be one letter off from Alex Cox's license plate number
Correct.
when he is searching for shooting ranges.
Yes, ma'am.
We have heard about a burner phone that was purchased at a Walmart store. Are you familiar with Walmart store in Idaho Falls?
Yes, it's on Utah Avenue in Idaho Falls.
Is there a Walmart in Rexburg?
There is.
Is the Walmart in Idaho Falls a bigger?
No,
Okay. How far is Idaho Falls from Rexburg?
about 25 miles south.
Now,
I'll
as
allow
part
it.
of the investigation, did you become familiar with a phone number that was used at the time of the shooting to call Chad Daybell?
Yes,
Started with a 304 area code.
correct.
Were you familiar with those records being obtained and them indicating that that phone had been purchased at the Walmart at Idaho Falls, store number 5494?
Yes,
Did law enforcement or police obtain a copy of the receipt from September 25th of 2019 for that burner phone that was purchased at that Walmart store 5494?
yes,
And that is the phone that was later documented to be used in Gilbert, Arizona
that's correct.
on October 2nd of 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Shown the defendant Exhibit 170. I can admit it pursuant to 802 and 9, or 803 and 902 with its authentication.
Any objection?
Yeah, just a foundation, Your Honor.
What was the number again?
It is 170.
170 submitted.
So 170 is got the business records affidavit from Walmart itself, correct?
Correct.
And then provided with that was a receipt for the phone that we've been discussing.
Yes,
Now, do each phone have, I guess, were you provided with IMEI numbers and MEID numbers that are sort of like a VIN number for a phone?
that's correct.
And is
That's
that
true.
how it was determined that this phone with the 304 area code was purchased at Walmart?
Yes,
So once you learned that, you were able to then obtain a receipt to show the purchase itself.
that's right.
Does it show this was purchased at 9/25 of 2019?
Yes, it does.
1917, what is that normal people time?
1910 is 710.
7:10. And then was this cash?
Yes,
So it couldn't be traced to someone who bought it.
correct.
And then we see the store number here, correct?
Yes.
Hey, Amy, if you're listening, can you tell me the timestamp of where we are real quick? Or 6:30, okay. Thank you, babe. Wait, what was it again? Oh, crap.
So Exhibit 180 has
Right.
previously been
7:16.
admitted.
Okay. Thank you.
These
Oh,
are the
6:30.
telephone records
Okay.
for the 304-960-5998 number. I'm going to go through a few of these with you. So in Exhibit 190, we see that this phone was from Walmart store.
Correct.
And is that the same store number that we're talking about for the Walmart receipt that we just saw as Exhibit 170?
Yes,
And does this show, again, the same time, date and time for that purchase?
correct.
Okay. Oh, boy. I hope their doctors are better than their police
Best way to
officers.
do this. So Exhibit 180, we have a serial number as well there that's listed, correct?
Correct.
And do we see this same 352-069-108-185-769 number here
Yes,
as the phone that was activated?
yes,
So this receipt then relates to the track phone records.
correct.
And in fact, in Exhibit 180, do we see that same Walmart superstore that we've been talking about that you told us about on Utah Avenue in Idaho Falls?
Yes,
And again, the same store number, 5494,
correct.
same date and time,
Yes,
and the same account number that we have seen both on the receipt as well as the other track phone with
Yes.
the 769 ending there.
yes.
So when law enforcement was learning of this phone that was in Gilbert at the time of the
And that's how they'll get a job.
shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, you were able to determine that it was purchased up in Idaho Falls on September 25th of 2019.
Correct.
Now, we have heard earlier in this courtroom that Melanie Boudreaux had flown from Arizona up to Idaho on September 26th. Was a search warrant written and executed to obtain flight records from Allegiant Air?
Yes, they were.
And did Allegiant Air provide records to show that Melanie Boudreaux flew from Mesa Gateway Airport to Idaho Falls on September 26th of 2019?
Yes,
Did those records show that Melanie Boudreaux flew from Idaho Falls, Idaho, back to Mesa on Sunday, September 29th, of 2019?
yes, they did.
There was a neurosurgeon, remember that? Dr. Wolf with an E.
Was an affidavit from Allegiant Air obtained authenticating those and indicating they are kept in the normal course of their business?
Yes, there was.
State will move to admit these pursuant to 803 and 902.
What's the number again?
171.
Any objection?
Relevant, Your Honor.
The exhibit's admitted.
So again, we have the affidavit. Do we see here record showing that Melanie Boudreaux flew from Mesa Gateway Airport on September 26th to Idaho Falls?
Yes,
And then the return flight back to Mesa Gateway Airport from Idaho Falls on September 29th of 2019?
yes,
And you told us Idaho Falls, is that the closest major airport to Rexburg?
that's correct.
We'd heard Rexburg has a small airport. Does it have commercial flights there?
No, no commercial flights.
Not
flying
yet
back.
famous.
So the
that I
only,
know
the
of.
closest commercial flights would be Idaho Falls.
Yes,
But I think they might be coming after this trial, we heard. Yes, Trina did say that she's still under open investigation.
As this investigation continued, was a search warrant written on December 30th of 2019 to obtain the Google Gmail records relating to Alex Cox's cell phone, the 480-351-9120?
yes, it was.
And was it learned that he had an email address of Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com?
Correct.
Had you seen that Gmail account when you executed the search warrant back on November 26th?
Yes, so there's a device found in apartment 175 in the garage amongst Alex's personal belongings that still was signed in under the Homer J. Maximus Gmail account. So we were able to confirm that that was in fact one of Alex's Gmail accounts.
And were those
Mhm.
Homer J.
Oh, but
Maximus
yeah,
at
she's a comedian. Oh,
gmail.com
it looks like it's going to storm
records
again. Oh, my
that contained GPS and Wi-Fi mapping information provided to the FBI cast analyst Nick Balance?
Yes.
And did those records contain data and information, both Wi-Fi, GPS, as well as searches, maps, and other activities for the time range around the shooting on October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, it did.
Now, when you were looking at these, let me ask you this, did you go through these Google or Gmail records for Homer J. Maximus?
Yes, I was tasked with going through each of the records associated with Homer J. Maximus.
When you obtained those records from Google, did they have an affidavit authenticating them?
They did.
Did you look at those records to see if there were things in there that seemed to be relevant to this investigation for the October 2nd, 2019 shooting?
Yes, I did.
Did they contain things such as searches for places to shoot near Rexburg?
Yes.
Did it contain searches for things like window tint shops?
Yes, it did.
Did it contain searches for things like how to load your own ammunition?
Yes.
Best projectiles for long range?
Yes.
Did it have searches for ballistic charts and ballistic
Right, it's
trajectory
pouring down
calculators?
rain, you guys.
Yes.
Did it have searches for Manshot and Gilbert?
Yes.
Were there maps to Dan's window tinting?
There were.
Was there maps and searches for 3875 East Phelps Road in Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes, there were.
When you looked at the timing of those searches and the maps, was there searches for 3875 East Phelps Road in Gilbert, Arizona, both on October 1st in the evening as well as in the morning of October 2nd prior to the shooting?
Yes, there were.
After the time of the shooting at 9:13 or 9:14 a.m. Gilbert time, Arizona time, were there searches for cities and locations in both Arizona as well as Utah and Idaho?
Yes.
Did those searches appear to be a route back to Idaho Falls?
Yes, it appeared they were going north.
Was the last search, in fact, Idaho Falls?
Correct.
Based upon your review of these Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com documents, did they appear to be related to Alex Cox?
Yes, they did.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 174 pursuant to 803 and 902.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
174 is admitted. 4, right?
174, yes. As part of the documentation that was provided by Google and their authentication, did they provide subscriber information?
Yes, they did.
So we have a subscriber of Alex Cox for the homerjmaximus@gmail.com.
Correct.
Let's start with
Angie,
Chrome
you're out of
searches
control.
for the Homer J. Maximus. Do we see on September 27th a Chrome view for minute
Probably
of
not.
angle?
She didn't have any
Yes.
witnesses for Charles's trial, so probably not this one either.
On September 28th, were there different searches for ammunition and calculators?
Yes.
At the end, we see a ballistic trajectory calculator from September 28th.
Correct.
Now, just so we're clear, this says September 28th at 3:35 a.m., but it says UTC. Does that reflect Idaho time,
All the time now.
UTC?
No,
Or is that,
if the search was done in Idaho, it would reflect Idaho time. UTC is a Universal Time Coordinated is what it stands for. And depending on where you are at, it's either like Idaho is -6 and Arizona would be -7 hours UTC.
so if we're looking at something here that shows a search for a ballistic trajectory calculator on September 28th at 3:35 a.m., would we have to go back, subtract 6 hours to determine what time it would have been in Idaho?
That's
Asking the
correct.
real questions.
So I'm going to use my fingers because I don't know how else to do it. So it'd be 2, 1, 12:30, 11:30, 10:30, 9:30 p.m. on September 27th.
Correct.
Okay.
So also, is this in a new tab? We don't know.
Do we
don't know.
have a shooter's calculator, ballistic trajectory calculator search on September 28th at what is shown as 5:34 p.m., again, UTC?
Yes.
So that would be the morning hours or before noon on September 28th, Idaho time.
Correct.
And then is there on September 30th, a search? And again, so we show 10:10 p.m. So if we -6, we're looking at 4 in the afternoon for Phoenix weather.
Correct.
Let's look at the searches next associated with this time period, or some of them, leading up to the shooting. So you had talked about the fact that this email associated with Alex Cox that is subscribed to Alex Cox searched for places to shoot near Rexburg on the 23rd of September.
Correct.
And we see multiple shooting places to shoot searches.
Correct.
Well, see,
In
there
fact,
goes
are
the
there-
GSR
Get
stuff.
back a little bit.
'Cause
Do we
remember,
see
it could
even
last for like a
Outdoor
month.
places to shoot near Rexburg, shooting Rexburg, multiple searches of that variation around the 23rd of September.
Multiple searches and sites that are also visited.
So, and we can see searched for and visited.
Correct.
Right? I don't
Do
know
we
why we
see
brought
on
in the
September
DNA
23rd a search for Tint Shop,
GSR.
Idaho Falls?
Yes.
And then we see a auto tint near me
What are they on? Day 3 of that, I
search as
think?
well.
I don't know much about it either. Oh, 2 days ago. Okay.
The 23rd of
Hi, Sunny.
September, did you later learn that that is the day that Alex Cox reached out to Dan Moss's Auto Tint
Yes,
in Rexburg, Idaho?
correct.
Some of the other searches that you saw in this Homer J. Maximus Gmail that is associated to Alex Cox, things search for YouTube on how to load your own ammunition, as well as viewing a video on how to load your own ammunition.
Yes,
As we move on to, although it says September 25th in Idaho time, would that be on the 24th actually?
correct.
We see a search or a visited site for best projectile for long range with 300 Win Mag. And then a visited site regarding the 300 Winchester Magnum load data.
Yes,
And September 25th is 7 days before the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux.
yes,
Do we then see different searches on a 5.56 millimeter at 500 yards? 5.56 bullet drop at 500 yards on the 28th, or again, if we calculate it to Idaho time, the 27th.
correct.
Another visited site of a ballistic trajectory calculator. And again, would that have been September 27th?
Yes,
And so this is one of the days where you saw the sign-in at the Unified Sportsman's Club of that CQUINT,
correct.
and an outdoor range where you could fire a rifle.
Yes, ma'am.
Now we show October 3rd of 2019, man shot in Gilbert, Arizona. Now, since this is 2:46 a.m. Universal Time, if we put this to Idaho time, we would have to go back 6 hours.
Correct.
So if we went to 1:46, 12:46, 11:46, 10, 9, 8:46 p.m. Idaho time.
Yes,
And if it was Arizona, you said it was -7.
yes, ma'am.
So 7:46 Arizona time, PM on October 2nd,
That's correct.
the day of the shooting.
Right.
And we have a couple different searches for that around that same time period, within a couple
Why do
minutes of
they
each other.
always go and look themselves up on the internet?
And in fact, is one of the last searches that we included in here, a news on Brandon Boudreaux.
Yes,
So again, although it says October 3rd at 2:53 a.m. Universal Time, that would be, depending on Idaho or Arizona time, 7 or 8 p.m. or almost 8
Yeah,
or
that was
9 p.m. at
interesting.
that time on October 2nd,
that's correct.
that the Google account, Homer J. Maximus, that has been subscribed to Alexander Cox, associated to him, and that you saw on a device, is searching for shootings in the East Valley in Gilbert and Brandon Boudreaux.
Yes,
And lastly, as part of the Google records that were provided in reference to Alex Cox's phone number, that 480-351-9120, that is associated to the Homer J. Maximus at Gmail account, were there maps that were part of the records sent to you by Google.
yes,
And so do we see on September 25th, a search for Dan's window tinting and then a map with directions there?
correct.
And in your investigation, did you learn that on September 25th, a Jeep Wrangler 2018 with Texas plate LWD 0997 was taken to Dan's window tinting?
Yes, I did.
And the phone number that made that appointment was Alex Cox's phone number, 480-351-9120?
That's correct.
Was there a map with directions in the Google records for Alex Cox's Homer J. Maximus Gmail account on October 1st for 2500 South Power Road, Suite
Such a show off.
215 in Mesa, Arizona?
Yes,
So we see it as October 1st of 2019 at 8:58 PM. What would that be Arizona time?
so it would be minus 7 hours, which would be 1:58 PM.
So at 1:58 PM, Alex Cox's Gmail is searching for directions to this Power Road location.
Yes, ma'am.
You testified earlier about a receipt from a Los Favoritos on Power Road in Mesa with a date of, or a time and date of October 1st at 1:12 PM.
Yes, ma'am.
And that Los Favoritos on Power Road was in Mesa as well.
That's
No
correct.
time. No map in general, really.
As we continue with the maps, do you now begin seeing searches for and directions to 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes, ma'am.
So although this says October 2nd, when we look at the 2:52 AM Universal Time, what time would this be in Arizona and what day?
That would be October 1st at 5:52 PM. Is that right?
Or 7:52? I use the fingers, no shame.
7:52. Yes, 7:52.
All right. So 7:52 PM on October 1st, Alex Cox's Gmail account is searching for Brandon Boudreaux's address
That's correct.
and then asking for directions to his address.
Correct.
And in fact, are there multiple searches that evening for that address?
Yes.
I don't know what that's about. It's weird. I haven't seen one of those in like a really long time. It's fine. Now, by the way, guys, after this, we're going to switch over to a different stream to watch all the interviews being done for Karen Reed. Just to let you know. And they're working on it. So we're going to figure it out.
Noon,
But that's what
11,
we're doing after this
10,
for just a little,
9,
not very long though.
40 or 9:55 AM. There's a search for Arizona Farm Road, right?
Right.
Then as we go further on, we see a search for Pine Top, Lakeside, Arizona. So again, if we take 7 off, we're looking at now 11:38 AM on October 2nd.
I can't see that on my
Oops.
screen.
I
Sorry.
apologize for that. Let me push it up. So if it's 6:28 Universal Time and we minus 7, we're looking at 11:38 AM on October 2nd.
That's correct.
And then we see that it was viewed in Google Maps, right?
Yes.
Then we see a search for Holbrook, Arizona.
Correct.
And then we see directions to Holbrook.
Correct.
As we continue going through his records, do you see a search for probably a typo, Moa? And then later we see Moab, Utah.
Yes.
And so now we're looking
That's
at
the plan,
October
hopefully.
2nd, 10:22. So Arizona time, we're looking at 3:22 in the afternoon,
Correct.
or -6, we'd be looking at 4:22 Idaho time.
Correct.
Now, Universal time, we're still looking now at October 3rd. We're looking at a search for Fillmore, Utah. Is Utah below Idaho?
It is.
Directions to Fillmore, Utah.
Yes.
And then we can see it was viewed in Google Maps. And was the final search that is included in these records, or this exhibit to Idaho Falls Airport, what we show as October 3rd, 5:55 a.m.
Correct.
That would be October 2nd, Idaho time.
Correct.
When we were looking at these searches, the timing for the search for the shooting in Gilbert or the shooting for Brandon Boudreaux, would that have been while this phone and this vehicle and Alex Cox were still driving from Arizona back to Idaho Falls?
Yes.
Shown defendant exhibit 175, if I can have my paralegal approach. Is that a map that shows the searches we just went through that occurred the morning of October 2nd, starting with Brandon Boudreaux's address at 3875 East Phelps Road in Gilbert, Arizona,
Yes.
and then going to the Arizona Farm Road location,
Correct.
the Pine Top search?
I don't see the pine top.
Holbrook,
Holbrook, I do.
Moab,
Yes, ma'am.
Fillmore,
Yes.
Idaho Falls?
Yes.
And do they reflect the times on the Google records in the UTC?
Yes.
State will move to admit exhibit 175.
Any objection?
No objection.
175 is admitted.
So for those of us that may have failed geography, are we able to see Arizona? I'm going to take this out of this shiny package, maybe.
Uh-oh. Geography test, you guys.
So this is Arizona here with the search for the Phelps Road and the time, again, that's under the UTC.
Correct.
And then these searches from there for the Arizona Farms Road that we
Yes.
discussed and saw,
Yes.
the Holbrook,
Yes.
Moab,
Yes.
Fillmore, and Idaho Falls.
Yes, ma'am.
Moab always be showing up in true crime
Does that
cases.
show a path back towards Idaho Falls and Rexburg area? consistent with when we later see Alex Cox with Lori Vallow at that storage unit?
Yes, it does.
I heard that you, about the Homer J. Maximus at Gmail account, also on December 30th, the same time that that search warrant was sent to Google for any Gmail or Google accounts associated to Alex Cox's phone number. Did that search warrant also request any Google Gmail records relating to Lori Vallow's cell phone number, 480-962-9562?
Yes, it did.
And did Google provide records for the lollytimeforever@gmail.com records?
Yes, they did.
First. This is exhibit 172 and 173. The overall records that you obtained from those search warrants for the Homer J. Maximus and the Lolly Time Forever. The state will move to admit Exhibit 172 and 173 pursuant to 803 and 902 as the Google records for the Homer J. Maximus and the Lolly Time Forever accounts.
Any objection?
Just Foundation and Crawford issue, Your Honor.
All right, they're admitted.
And you told us for the Homer J. Maximus that you had provided that to the past agent and that you have reviewed all those documents in the Homer J. Maximus, right?
Correct.
When you obtained the lollytimeforever@gmail.com records, did you review all those as well?
I reviewed most of them, yes.
Did those contain, let me start. So we said that those were tied to Lori Vallow's cell phone number of 480-962-9562.
Correct.
And did those contain information such as searches looking for units at 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, they did.
And other searches to identify the person, Lori Vallow, as searching for areas within Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
Is that consistent with the time that she was in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
And searches for a place to live at the time when she moved to Rexburg and moved into that 565 Pioneer Road?
Correct.
Did it also contain on September 30th of 2019 a search for how to get the back seat out of my Jeep?
Yes, it did.
Did it also contain a search for, on October 2nd of 2019, Gilbert News?
Yes.
When life calls for necessary add-ons, your home can pitch in to help with a new
Email records that were provided to you
Okay.
as a result of that.
That's correct.
Really random. Okay. Love that.
And like the Homer J. Maximus, did Google provide an affidavit authenticating those records as well?
Yes, they did.
And did they also provide a subscriber information showing this as subscribed to Lolly Vallow?
Yes.
State will move to admit 191 pursuant to 803 and 92.
Any objection?
Just the same foundational objection to
It's admitted.
the search.
So again, we have the authentication record pursuant to the search warrant that you've discussed, correct?
You called it.
You are provided with subscriber information for Lolly Vallow at lollytimeforever@gmail.com, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that Lori Vallow had provided this email address to her brother Alex Cox previously?
Yes.
Some of the searches that you saw in this lollytimeforever@gmail.com address that was tied to both Lori Vallow's cell phone number and provided by her to her brother Alex Cox, did those start as far back as August 15th in terms of showing the relevance to moving to Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
You learned, and we've heard of the fact that she resided at 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho.
Yes.
And did she do several searches in the weeks leading up to, or in these weeks in August, for apartments in that complex?
Yes, she did.
So even on the 27th of August, we're seeing a search again for 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, or Pioneer in Rexburg, Idaho.
Yes.
Did you see searches for and visit to the UPS or United States Postal Service change of address?
Yes.
Was that consistent with your understanding of when Ms. Vallow moved into the residence based upon the documentation that we previously admitted?
Yes, it was.
Again, we see searches for that 565 Pioneer, Rexburg, Idaho.
Correct.
Were there other searches in the area, again, showing that she is looking for searching and visiting places in Rexburg, Idaho? Here we see Walgreens.
Correct.
You had talked to us about Idaho Falls. Is that one of the places where you can go near Rexburg to see movies?
Yes, it is.
Now, you told us that you are the person who impounded Lori Vallow's 2018 Jeep Wrangler, correct?
That's correct.
On September 30th at 11:14 p.m. UTC, did this Gmail account, Lolly Time Forever, that is tied to Lori Vallow's cell phone number and that she gave to her brother, search how to get the back seat out of my Jeep Wrangler?
Yes, she did.
So if we're talking Idaho time and we go back 6, where are we at for that for time?
So it'd be 5:14
PM.
p.m.
So September 30th, we're talking just a couple days now before the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux.
That's correct.
And do we see, in fact, they visited, or she visited this site, Jeep Wrangler JK rear seat removal how to DIY YouTube video.
Yes.
And that is basically a few seconds after this first search.
Yes, ma'am.
When we were watching those videos from the storage unit, did you see something being brought into the storage unit by Lori Vallow and Chad Daybel on October 2nd that appeared to look like a rear seat?
Yes, I did.
And on October 3rd, when we were viewing those videos from the self-storage unit, did you see Lori Vallow and Alex Cox removing something that appeared to be a rear seat from the storage unit?
Yes.
On October 3rd at 2:13 a.m. UTC time, do you see a search for Gilbert News?
Yes, I do.
So since this is 2:13 a.m., Is this actually on October 2nd? And if we go back
8:13.
8:13 p.m.
Correct.
So 8:13 p.m. on October 2nd, Lori Vallow is searching for, or Lori Vallow's Gmail account is searching for Gilbert, Arizona News and Gilbert, Arizona News breaking news local headlines.
Correct. She was searching for Gilbert News and visited the site as well.
Okay, so searched for it and then went and visited it just a few seconds later.
Yes.
Hello, Simone. Hello. Hope you're doing great.
We were viewing the videos of that storage unit. This is 8 p.m.-ish on the 2nd. The next day at 1:15-ish is when we see Lori Vallow and Alex Cox taking that back seat and the tire out of the storage unit
Correct.
and putting that into her Nissan Rogue.
That's correct.
The state has no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Cross.
No questions, Your Honor.
Any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I'm not seeing any, sir. You can step down. Break for the day. All right. Given that it's a little bit after 4:15, we'll start the evening. Let me just check. I think we can start again tomorrow at 10:15, but let me double check that. You can step down, sir, if you want. Plan on starting at 10:15 tomorrow morning. Please remember the admonition.
You guys, I think I may have fixed StreamYard for Google. I haven't gotten a connection error yet. Who is that at the table with Lori? It's a stand-in lawyer, I believe, a paralegal. Just because you like represent yourself,
please be
they
seated. The
still have
jury's
a
no longer
lawyer there
present.
with you that you can like consult. And I think that's who that is. And I think the guy in blue might be
I'm
her
looking at
investigator.
the state's witness list in the pretrial statement. I'm assuming from the context of some of the questions that have been asked of witnesses that you're still calling Nicholas Balance.
Correct. He will be the state's last witness, Your Honor, tomorrow.
Is that the final witness tomorrow morning?
Yes.
All right. So defense, if you're calling witnesses, they would need to be here tomorrow, probably right after lunch. And we'll talk about tomorrow when the state rests, if the defense is calling witnesses or putting on a case, et cetera. So please review those final jury instructions tonight.
Judge, would we, if the defense doesn't call witnesses, would we go straight into closings tomorrow afternoon?
That would be my intent.
Okay.
All right. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, Your
No?
Honor.
Okay, we'll see everyone tomorrow. We'll try to get started at 10:15 a.m. Again, thank you.
Okay, you guys. All right, well, that's fun. So that concludes day 4. But before we're going anywhere, because y'all been my guinea pigs all day, I think I uninstalled Google and I reinstalled Google, and this is not good for me. I don't like this. This is too much. Well, we're here anyway. I don't know why I look like a zombie, but that's cool. Let me pull up something just to stream it to make sure you guys can hear it. Doop. I don't even know what it's going to be. It doesn't even matter at this point. Because I just need like something with sound. Okay, here's like a short. I guess we could do a short. Okay. Present. You look fine, Llama. Oh, thank you. Thank you. It has been a crazy day over here trying to sort this out, but together We can. All right, you guys, I need you to let me know if you can hear this. Oops. Oh, it'd help if I added it to the stage. Sorry. That would help.
I'm so excited.
Can you guys hear that?
I'm so happy that God answered our prayers and have set her free.
Yeah, everybody's saying yes. Okay.
I'm just beside myself. I am so happy.
Heard.
I waited
Yes.
for this.
Look at that, guys.
It just
Together, we can conquer anything. That's for sure. Look at us all go with our powers combined. Okay, you guys. Yay! Yay! And I haven't gotten a connection error. Oh, boy, does technology try to challenge me. So, you guys, here's what we're going to do. Is I need a short little break because I need to get my son some lunch real quick and some snacks because he just got home not that long ago. And then at 2, we have another stream set up and we're going to watch, it's all Karen Reed stuff, right? We're going to watch the interview with her father. We're going to watch the interview with Turtle Boy and the interview with Juror number 4 that just came out today. So it's not going to be a very long stream because I do have a buttload of stuff to do today. But I really want to watch all this, and why not watch it with you guys since we've done everything together, right? So let me take a quick break. I don't know if this is going to portal you over there or not. I don't know how that works, but you should be able to see the next stream on our channel. So just go in there or click the notification bell. You guys can start chatting, and I will be in there. Well, in 20 minutes, I guess. Yes. I haven't watched any of these interviews yet. So I was like, oh, let's watch them together. And then my people were like, maybe we should do a new stream. And I was like, oh, you guys are so smart. So that's what we're going to do. Okay. All right. Does that sound good to everybody? Give us some time to do some other stuff behind the scenes real quick. But thank you all for being here for day 4 of the previous Lori Vallow Daybell trial. It's going to be over with tomorrow, you guys. It's going to be short and sweet and over with tomorrow. So, but I will see you all in like 20 minutes. Okay. All right. Bye.